Kate Otsana Ginny Dashinal Aid Nanshle. Late when an estes a day, ya ade ya Besma unnenshled on the Ado ya Chishuke. But I send hitch it down this day, though, that all. But again, so the chairman, members of the Resources Development Committee. Yeah.
Akushila Kehe, Honorable So, Aron Hepesh Bahasa Anna, Nave Sheep Springs, Nahasa Ata, Honorable Amber Kenasba Crotty.
Oh, yes, Asia's Chairman, so the RDC committee members, thank you, Mr. Sombrero, for your prayer. I appreciate it. Shekia Ani Nisla do Belagana Bashin, Def Chini the Shichedo, Belagana the Sanala, Shay Amber Kenas Bakrati, Yanisha Tol Hot Soy, Dan Shah. I represent Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Todlina, Sanasti, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, the Clabato, but like my colleagues, we represent all of our beautiful Navajo people. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the conversation today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have RDC staff here with us, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC, and those present today. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Sanjay Kene, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Woody.
Yeah, Chair and RDC members. Not Teresa Woody in Chiato, Tapa, then short position, Bashing, Kiane, Dash Chedo, Tina Janeta Chanel, what all in each other, the Lado legislative sister in RDC, the steamboat, they go in Asha. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan.
Yat Chairman Nez, Do Resources and Development Committee members, Dano Finigi, Ado, Yat Eshbesh, Yat Beshbon, Dasani, Dano Finigi, Delegate So, Do Delegate Crotty, Yat Resources and Development Committee staffers, Ado, welcome members, many members from the Navajo Nation chapters. Very happy you are able to make it to this discussion. Adoyat Ed Department of Justice legal staff, Roderick Begay, thank you for your assistance in this discussion. Adoyat Ed Division of Community Development, the Division of Community Development, Division Director Ado, all of your hardworking staff. She Mariana Khan, Dashajane, Sejin be Toha Hoye Dan Asha, Dona and the Schlinig A, Tohe Dlini Nishle. Rushes Ching A Yapit Ahni. Dash Che Dashi Che, Senjikin, Dashanala. DJ Sarahozana Dan Hitch Aunt Besh Bay Harshnet. I'll be listening from here, Mr. Chair. I'll go on mute. Thank you very much, one and all, for gathering for this important discussion. On mute now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Also from Speaker's Office, Ms. Siako.
Good morning, Chairman Nez, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Melinda Arviso, Siako, and Shiedo, Sitna Jinin Shlon, Kia Ani, Bashichin, Tudijini, Dashichedo, Dashini, Dashanella, Adonana, Legislative Staff Assistant for the Office of the Speaker here in Winter Rock, Arizona. Adoyat Ehibene, thank you for having us on the call.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. We also have on the call with us from the President's Office, Mr. Davis Filfred.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of Resource Development Committee, staff, and everybody on the line. Davis Filfred, Asia in Shiedo, Ado OPVP, Banash, Nesto, Executive Staff Assistant Asia title. Ilichini, Shnido, Lashe, Bashish Chim, Dashiche, Tudichin, Dashinelle. Oh, Leha Hot, so be Yede, Ade, Ashton, the Tahout, Zandon, Hitchnet. Be listening in. Have a good day.
Filfred. We also have from the Department of Justice, Mr. Roderick Begay.
Yate Bene, Resources Development Committee, Chair, everyone on the call. My name is Roderick Begay Shadow. National being between a buses team, Kian a Shadow, Sitna, Jenny Deshanella. To London, Nasha. Good morning.
We also have from the Division of Community Development, Ms. Sunlotsa Jim Martin. Ms. Jim Martin. Press star 6. Ache ya koro tun arrows did nahas tanige paro khanas nildo staff and lenishin paharol jish.
Good morning. Shay Sandra Black and Shadow. I'm with Shanto delegation. I'm part of the one of the commissions that sit on Shanto Community Governance. I am the chair for the Business Management Unit, which Business Management Commission who approve business site leasing authority. I'm sorry. Don't end Shunigi A Kia on Shlong. A Shin Bashish chain, Kabah that should shade or Turicini additional.
Yate, Shade, Robert Black Jr., Tashinido, Arodon and Shlingate Tanjikina, and Sling at what a Jady was his chain. Kilichini, that's Chedo, Lislanish, another. So I serve as the Secretary Treasurer for Shanto Community Governance. So appreciate the meeting today, Shunta.
Yat ebene, shady look at an inch long hash can't so by his chin. I wrote Leslany, that's a chedo, that's another. I wrote and read the dead soul, holy a shot toro, Zilzin, Bitsido, Ado aged. A caution on the shaya, hook as a dash in the governance manager, without Asian on the shish. Yeah. Yat ebene. She put it evening in a sneaker. Look at the nap as a chin. Can the cheatney dash a chedo, tap on a dash another. I don't lay simply eat a hot day. Shan't hold the other a is in a shot of hot exponential shan't hold a banashna show. And the AA for Shanta.
Hello, and her name is Arlinda Melboy. So, Yat Eshe, ya Marsha Grayes Inishye. Shanto Community Governance Vice President Nishla. Hilachini Schlingo Twitchini Vashishin look at the name that should Chado Shin Dashanella. Good to see everyone. Yat.
Thank you. Koroshe Yaha, Dr. Pearl Yellowman from the Division of Community Development.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable members of DC staff. Good morning. And to our chapter officials. Good morning. See some familiar faces. Del Vigay, good morning. So nice to see everybody. And nice to be here in the cold, windy side of Western Agency. Had a hard time shutting my door this morning outside, and my papers were rolling on the parking lot. That was me chasing my work. But anyway, it's good to be here, and I'm looking forward to a good 2 2 days, productive days. Aron Schlinigi, Shay Tana Bitlin Schnedog, Rizafana Bashichin, Tobahanda Shiche, Arohanaga the Chanela. And I'm from down the road here, Tuba City. So good to see everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Next.
Good morning. That's Asha Javambigay in this year, and I'm the manager for Tuba City chapter. Also, Twinness is a local government. Shehin the Sean Totness and Hibashichi. Okay.
Bina sé Helena Webster and she mas is kaban shnapia ani basis chin is land by the chedo pretini national is on shadow on the secretary treasurer for the city chapter.
Ja, det benne. Arnold tror jeg det jeg har sit læge. Gerald Kitso when she von nächste so. Zedisch nicht den Mensch, der dran ist nicht das je. Die Petroni das steht, wurde Genie das schon alle. Aber da der ja den Mensch lebt ben
Yat Bene, Shay Yaha, Ashin Shlo Ye Tachili, Bashin Tatnesani, Dashiche, on a Dashanala. Adult City to Odoya, I see Nashada Ashalan. Dolly Wagner, Ayaha, Yinshia, Ado on the City Toy, which is First Big Chapter manager over there.
Ja, det bene, say Steve Arizona. Yeah, with the Cuba City chapter, local government, Kia and the state of Kachini Bashichi, to the the another was an agenda. Here.
Good morning, everybody. Day Arnold Swap. Shay Tyrone Begay yeah. Chinley chapter banashnis, chapter planner. Tohe Gliniansle, Ado Ice Kidney Buses Chin, Kiani does it chedo, Loga does another.
Good morning. Yeah, Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch Unishia, Chinley chapter government a ta. Sadaki a launch initially, Ado Yodane, Twitch eating initially. My dish Kishni Buses Chin, Tapa Hadash do Dish Chitney a dashanale.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Walton Yazi. I work for the Chile chapter as a chapter manager. Good morning, everyone.
Aro kro. Naran Hipesh Bahasa Anna. Honorable Paul Begay.
Yate Adoia. Oh, you Hassan. I feel right at home. Delegate Paul Begay in Shia. Ado Ashlako Tatnas, Basans, Ungibikitan Shin, Kabi Todo Tonhelli. Ado Bishaki Tlichi, Tanapan Sabatin. Tereshkishin den Enschliro, be between Shaya data. Aro Torchini Shidanle. Kia Anid Ne is another repetition, not out in Enschle. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yat Jahan Hassatinsen. Beda Kagate, Shady, Sanji Kinsle. Sina Geneva Chin, or Torchini the shade of Anidashnale. Lagana Kako Emet Curly in Shia. Zitlapeda Hajinida, Ade, the Nenschle. Ajet and us sons of Tatnas Lunchlo. 2 terms Slaho. I love the hint, you know, that I can't the shuttle. I am not that Kitlanson, even Yaho. I've been Nani, the Ajet like yet, not the Abkitin. Yahaned no Yahanda the Jante. The honey, no, the Hana Yula, he can add an Ashley. I could add all this.
Hello, my name is Chancey Notestein. Supplicant Chapter Vice President. Kabahan born for Nakayna, she need to be taught. And my first term as vice president for came back here for a while for close to term vice president of my president actually.
Yeah, good morning. Shay Geraldine Chi, Dashitana, Ado Tapikindoi, Nashado, Ado chapter president in my first term, but I served as vice president for 2 terms before. Ado touching in slow. Twitch in Bashin, Kisachin a dashache, Ado no da the nay dashanada, or da stonensla.
Yeah, hey, good morning. My name is Dellard Curley. Yeah, the net kachin in the slow is a son of Bash's chain. That's a couple of that's a chain. No, Hanagani, that's another. Jay on the topic secretary treasurer. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yate Bene. Okay, Yate Bene, good morning. This is Joanne Yazi Piochi, Sachi chapter president. Sitna Jinin Shlong Kia Ani Bashichin, Bipatoni Dashiche Do, Nakaited Net, Dashanel, what ego is done Schlenle, Shikas Anholiedo, I see Shike, Akonda Sachi chapter gear. This is my first term as the chapter president. I worked as the chapter vice president. Looking forward to hearing all the information that we all need to know.
Good morning. Jay Ariel Sombrero Yanishia. Nash Digital behind Shlombi between Bash's Chin. Other administrative assistant in Shlom Tapikin Banashnish.
Nana. My name again is Earl Sombrero. Ado Kinzachin in Shle. Kia Ado Bipetoni Bash's Chin. Lay on Kia Ani Dashichedo San Nationale. Ado Tabi Kendo Hog is a dansle. And as Nana Fahon Church. Oya that's a quite has a skill that I done a holidish.
Aruk Ashi Ara Colin the Sagin Hahol Jistole. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair. Shiget Rignes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they have been in Ani RDC committee. Yeah, Shiget Delegate Walker, though, Shiget Rignes. Aroshita Herman Daniels. Aro Kajet. RDC member, then, Senator. She's not any council delegate, and Senator. It's not Saido, I don't know. I saw Tani. It yat Hidini, though, Lehi Kanibi, Ado, Shit, those Zenit, Aheda, Jado, that's the it's not and Kodo, so there's no aid, I could be ilni. Hidini, though, Ado. Shea Roland Small Canyon Hunchia. Shan Tore chapter president. Ado Senate Bevenant, Shina chapter president. Net Shada is Nello, Kojitna Nishadeta. Ado she Tahun Sloro, Nen and the shady quarantine, she didn't know that Osetta. Ado Jay, not that. Not that touchy in Shlon. A shame, but she's chain. Clislani, that's a chain, or top behind a chanale. What are inch the name Shlin at all? Did shit Shanto community governance, Sado the September 99 and not certified in the AFOG. I just been dealing with stuff about 15 years. I don't business site lease authority. Don't hello. I call it the shake. But when I should say, then get it. Here, he didn't need all that. It's not on it. Back to you, Shige.
Okay, next. Introduction.
Yate Shaley Yazi Junior, she don't danish on the 20 Shlons and Jenny Bash Shinky Anders nuts and Jindash. Aratsana Basabitin, by the way, Aje Tanas, the Kedagan, Tasatado, Sedan, the Bebendanta, and Slinda, Ado. Yeah, thank you.
Next.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Dorothy Lee. I am from Broadway Gap chapter. Currently the president there. Lashin Shlohanirahni Bashashin Bifitoni Dashache. Nashka Bahai Dashanala Kataia. This is John Aliana. Oh, I'll be listening in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next. Then
Yat Shikoto is Rose Yazi Dashichin Na Shashit Ashidon and Slon look at Ne Bashishin Aro and Dashi that Dashichedo Torich in Dashinal the Sitchin Bagado addition a co Yat Ade Totisan Ben Hahata Sutsito Yat on Hitch introduce Dashagi a hair arrow in the Yat El Ekotoshi than he needs or less Tonne Shedo GDC Deshne Government Development Committee Abesh or Untitled Chapter Gi Aro He Nichis Janet the Hoshegi.
next.
Good morning,
Good morning.
everyone. This is
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. This is Marlinda White Rock. I'm the Secretary Treasurer for Tonalia Chapter. Kachi means slow nast as a taba basis team. The betotni dashache adot na jenny etashanale. Kahat.
Okay, next.
Good morning. This is Raymond Nopal with Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. We're here in Wind Rock, Arizona, but we have various shopping centers in Western Agency. On behalf of Navajo Shopping Centers, I present myself. She'ai Tani Sani Snido Tachini Basashin Todachini that's another do Ashin that's a che. Good morning.
You okay, next.
Good morning. This is Calvin Sosa. I'm with Kienta ASC. Ado Kia Ani Shlon Tane Sani Bashish Chain by the Shkijin Dash Chedo, Hotson Dashinale, and I'm on the call.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, RDC Committee Chair. This is Melford Maloney with Cuba City ASC. Captain Sani that's cheating. Also on the call. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. None.
Yate, Chair. Yate.
Oh.
Good morning. Hello.
Oh, Yate Bene.
Yeah, Benny, can you hear us?
Oh, yo, it's
Okay, this is Tonalea chapter. My chapter manager, Betty So, is right here.
Good morning. This is Betty So, manager for Tonalea chapter. Thank you.
Oh, next.
You out there, Ben? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
yes. Oh,
You out there? Sonny Boy, Chair, other RDC members. This is Jerry Williams, LDA for Delegate Paul Begay. That's cheating in snow, this cheating, but it's cheating. Be between the cheaties, Chados and Nali that. Don't wait that this what's down. Cheating. Yeah, thank you.
next. Next.
Good morning. Good morning. They have Chancey Martinez, Vice President, Auto LDA for Jamie Hinu. Auto Todicini is not the Navajo, Haltoda, Nana, Krinetta, Kerala.
Next.
Good morning. My name is Eunice Begay. I work with the Dalcon ASC office as a SPPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Denya Hakoshila Kachinos to Les Koro. Ekehe Arnoldsko. Ko Nikethonosonido Aden that so Giziki. The chip and get Lido Lesigi Koro. Resources and Development Committee. Oversight and led the Division of Community Development and at the chapter so Ajabiyado the Onishigi Ka Nacha. Aro Department of Justice because Ara got it ahitso. Ara sto got it ahigidi behes ani kwa hunno satoye ka nadwo kishin. Anolsko head or lesishin hro tishin ba sanit or lesiki. Et il nesigate aushin. Nabikia del Tito Kodo Bayat or Tiki Shin Hatida Western Agency LGA certified chapters stamp need Ascountion House Central Agency LGA certified chapters Gibahodologist Akotia Yaha alternative forms of governance beda hodla AFOG bedintna Saeyaha or certified chapters da bedintna LGA certified ato AFOG ichadati kata kwagi or shin what shin is just put on hold a koshin holds shin khidi shin chapters shin bada hidol jish our discussion will also be on Title 26. Local Governance Act LGA. Amendments, revisions, recommendations exercising local governance. LGA certified chapters dan lenigi anle besnahas ade ohodni pasa lahagi lachit ayenad nashto lehigi kodoshi bayel tikitole. So we're on number 2 of the agenda. The purpose nenigi basahni clinic koroben his question. Tragon etik at presentation. Ben Hilfodon Neto Nabikia del Tihigishi a presentation on the 4 models of the Local Governance Act, Title 26, amendments and the current structure of AFOG. Presenters, Mr. Roderick Begay, Assistant Attorney General, Chapter Unit, because Aja Department of Justice, Ado Kone, Division of Community Development, ASC Office, Nas Nalikides, Inja Esto, Miss Son Lotsa Jim Martin, Asian Koro, Badat Ot Athorn, Nikit Nahadlet o Lesdorshi, Banda Idil Kido Lesson, and Notlenido are Tot Noslil, Notlenido, Chapter Managers. A cook Ashe Yahakodo, Roshi certainly Hibesh Bahasa on a Western agency, though, but it is us, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Adam Dakodo, Vice Chair, committee members. Dakodo, Shunata, Noshenigi, Western Agency, Ajadam, certified chapters, Adam Dakodo, chapter staff, Noshenigi. Yeah, Kodo. Kodo, Nasati, Kato, Lesnagadam, the Kitchen Dahadil, Kodo. Kodo, Nagadam, Oyoto, Papan, Saski, Yakodo. Nagadam. Yes, Ecuador. The Abe Betlahan did like every 4 years when the new officials comes on board. Abe Betlahan did. I don't know they do their orientation. The andal eko oya ya Juan zan hoti Betlahan ni negi or the oya ba Juan san hoti de. So Ecuador, Mr. Chair, that's a bohonet Ecuador. Oye tlaut il now has a bohonet zado lessons sanako. So nagai kodo today and tomorrow. That's a kodo nagai yise betzado that dates ancient song nagai chapter officials in Linigi dona nagai that chapter staff in Linigi nagai at the local level at the chapter level nagai certified chapters at the Quigoshin a bedat ish it da in Nishiki nagai based on that akota aronana kododa AFOG chapters they have representatives or that ego stipends that egi chukarito lapachin talgeda ko nagai aronana nagai da bim that egi da oyebita that eco budget instruction manual to a nagai da budget finance committee they lana asheko or that ego da she that amendment da she da kodo Chata doll, Nishba, Kodona Gay, Yisiki, Kododa, Bahadesiki, Mr. Chair, Kodo. You said today that's all you bahui deal, Ashson, Kodona Gay chapters and the Gay Dam, Nihina Has, Tani Donana, Kodo, the Gay Dam, the ones that are on the line, the Shokodo, Zilla Hagi, Be Yego, that ish, that in niche at the chapter level, certified chapters, AFOG chapters. Hagila, Oya. That in Nishiki Ayego that Babicha and Dazti and the great certified chapters again. So Oyota Baba had this sin so Kodo. So Kodo Shusazendo Kodo Kodo the decisions and the Konagata chapters Kinahas Tani Hagila Yego that in Nishiki Ben Dazti. So Kodo that Dikodo Babada so every 4 years a orientation and data ako. So ebe abe betchen dahan neko be betchen dahan neko. So ede yadam adat abohnet zan soye kododa Mr. Chair. Wota bahasido le. Thank you.
For that recommendation to amend the agenda to give the floor to the LGA certified chapters, though alternative forms of governance chapters. Iki Kuroshi 5 minutes each, but it all from each chapter that are present here today. Those that are not present but are on the call, the national chapter president or commission president, around the chapter manager. We'll start with Shanto.
Yate.
I'm going to talk a little bit about how our government is set up in Shanto and Kenya. We're LGA certified and also AFOG, alternative form of government. We've been LGA certified for 22 years, the first chapter to be LGA certified and also the first to get AFOG. So we've been practicing AFOG for 15 years. And the way that our government is set up is that we have a 9-member council. 4 or 3 of them are the elected officials. 2 is ex officio, what we call them. They are the grazing rep and also the council delegate. And they are allowed to vote in our meetings. The other 4 are appointed representatives, 4 for each cardinal direction, east, south, west, and north. And they also have voting powers. They are appointed by the officials to serve the incapacity for their region. And we've been having some difficulties trying to get them on a stipend, and that was one of our main issues. And we also have Business Site Leasing Authority. We're the only chapter on the Navajo Nation that has Business Site Leasing Authority. And we also have several committees and commissions. We have the Shanto Economic Development. I think a lot of us have heard about them. They're the forerunners for the C-Store, also for the Shanto Hotel. We also have Planning and Zoning Commission. In other chapters, they're known as Club C. Because our name is different for that committee, it's also difficult to ask for funding under P&Z. So we have to modify a few things to be able to get them on the list for budgeting. We also have Economic Tourism Development Commission. They also have the Business Management Commission right under them. They work together to approve business site leases and so forth. We also have the Budget Management Office and of course, veterans. Our current projects are the Power Line Project, bathroom additions, community garden, summer youth employment program. We also have a total of over 20 projects that we are working on simultaneously with some of these. These are the ones that are what we feel are currently projects that can be expedited. We also host the annual Rock the Canyon Arts and Music Festival, Light Up the Canyon, annual community rodeo. Our partnerships, we have several. A lot of them are universities. We have ASU, NAU, University of Arizona. We also have Navajo National Monument, the American Indian Tourism Association, and also the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association, and another arm that's a nonprofit called the Shanto Group. And there are others among them. Our current grants that we have gotten is from Intech, AML, the Abandoned Mine, Community Development Block Grants, and we are also looking for other opportunities always. So that is the overview of Shanto community governance. And I think the Secretary Treasurer might have something to say.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, and then all those in attendance. For the alternative form of government, we chose the Council of the Tele State form of government based on the models that were presented by TCDC. We went through the process as outlined in the protocol to achieve an alternative form of government. So ita we put it to a referendum vote where more than half of our membership turned out to vote, and 464 voted in favor, 226 voted opposing. So that was a majority. And this was back when the requirement for referendums to be passed by the majority of the voters showing up to vote, not the current way it's at right now, where whoever shows up in the majority. So we are really proud of that vote. And I think this is one of the documents that we operate by. And I think this is one of the reasons why we should be in the BIM every year, because of the way that we run our government. Navajo Nation has ani la beta iliado adonda kade bikha tahani clash. So that's our question, I guess, in this case, to be in a position that where we're recognized by the Central Navajo Nation government, whether it's the council, whether it's the executive branch, or whether it's the judicial branch, to honor and respect our people's decision to follow a different format when we're operating our business or conducting business in Shanto. It will be out of the Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Your manager?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Roland Small Cannon, Shanto Chapter President.
Go ahead, Mr. Small Canyon.
Okay, yeah, I think the main reason why this whole thing, one of the biggest question is medicine man bajagaho ito dai doctor da bajagaho halant ehot ni ha ilan is jaye no nahon nitle question nita no David Yenani Chinat Ani RDC committee Kado Naharit Ara remedy Yagit Are Benhikadocha To Aro Niha Kado Nhichin Head Hanado Lil So that's Twitter Bajaga and Zikis Arot Sodas the Ishi What in today case of the Ishinat Ani Shige Cody regional representatives and the Madam Vice President Marshado Secretary Hatzit Alayana Hasnet BIM Cody regional representatives, they're not recognizing the wind system though BIM. Every year she all publishing the BIM Halihegi. I not publish it now, so hopefully there's some changes next year though, September though, fiscal year. And my question is, did I not in so Igisigi Hinch Kerolet RDC Halit on the other side, Kado the Navajo Nation government, the community development do Yago Hadoshi. So the chapter is not changes since Shanto became a certified chapter in 1999. And same way with ASC that has only DCD that all that is even here or had a seat on Halen. A course not an hinge kero let kodo. Back to you.
Hakko Sheila Karo, I believe that's your 5 minutes, Shanto. So you went over your 5 minutes, so you're gonna have to buy lunch. Koroshe Nagates Ahbi Kenda. Who's the president here? Nah, some Shada Deja.
Thank you, Chair and RDC members. That na haso tanido. Did bondage iniki. Nike, we were certified. Later, I don't know, we're the 45th chapter that was certified. In a matter of time, 6 months, it took our chapter manager to get everything together to get it certified. From the time he started to the time we got certified, it took 6 months. And that was back in, hold on, let me get my notes. I know it's 2016. June 24, 2016, ita nhikini ita. Auto, from there, we started working as a certified chapter for our community. And I believe that we have some successes that we can talk about, which is the grants. The very first grant, unfortunately, wasn't very successful. Navajo Nation, it was a telecommunication grant to put towers to do a survey and no. Ebony grant had that don't had it. Net Navajo Nation. The Duns number a Navajo Nation behigin his no on this. So that came to nothing. Otherwise, we would have had our own cell towers in our community, which we would have been able to have other companies come onto it and rent it. We would have been self-sufficient in that. But we have other successes as grants. The Christian grants, the chapter manager, Heidi La. But in all of it, there's a learning experience in all of this. When we got certified, LGSC, oversight. When we started working with the oversight with LGSC, our chapter from the beginning, since I became a vice president or was voted in as a vice president 12 years ago, our chapter already with staffing. There's many things that we had uncovered, the chapter manager and I, many things that we had uncovered. But LGSC, discipline, the administration that was working at that time. So we said, so respect the law, Title 26, senior, auto LGA certified. So, be so. Respect no. Obstacles are always constantly thrown into our path. We have to overcome that obstacle. So we make mistakes, yes, but we also learn from those mistakes to make our government a better government. So deep in the respect us as LGA certified chapters. Even in our budgets, we want to come before RDC and advocate for our budgets because we know what our community needs. Or you go back. I mean, that's the reason why we became LGA certified, right? So that we can be self-sufficient in order to help our community. Economic development could flourish. Give us the reins to do it. Let us fully exercise our LGA certification and AFOG to work it fully to be beneficial to our communities. We can have and advocate for our own grants, for our own money to help our people with these projects. We are constantly looking to Window Rock. NGS is gone, Peabody is gone, auto tourism, we are a big nation that these economic developments that have been there and is there is not enough to benefit all of us. So Kodan Bennett get the money for development for projects. Aja do behinda dil show on he besota Benia de auto a cotton hit an abeta need that they need nista dota didna. Although at the same time, we can stop duplication of services. Window Rock chapter agency, we can stop that because you have to hire people to deliver those services. You have to have people to work in the offices. Cut some of that out so that money to all we could help as self-sufficient chapters economically. There's many obstacles that we do come across, so we need to work together and come up with a better plan to make that efficient for us. Here's my chapter manager.
Nana, I already knew that we would be given a time limit. I don't what is not that biased. These issues and concerns that we have as local governances are a big deal. She says in the AI you see as it is right now, there's no progression. For example, Sihasen funds. We were given Sihasen funds back in 2012-13. We haven't expended those funds because ASC and DCD is in our way. Additional basashi xiao. Kodia the neti baby nahot igi hajoba dolni. Besotski lo ade the snow. Basa when snobany not the nashich that he can't. Doyat elshich in yadarti. Okoha late out ela. The shilla ID the nebash idoba dishne are need adol nete a band says kids doba lanans and bahojoba inson. Tagaho zande danzis tranilat at our budget at onsen, band says kiss. Okoho did. How the process is right now is not working for us as local governances. When we have to put our budgets together, we do in accordance to the BIM, like it's mentioned many times before. Okots idat asati nishi kujit asati nakas zoko johat out eyayat e anle sachigi atobik and dai nili aje besin hit all trao eyato yashwada. Jo edigi ba naini ka. An he quadenis thousand eight out a peso chido, is dot the necate out eya, Bacato wasn't zeniki, any hin his thousand quade. Con lay the tagaut under Javao, Nagel Sitiatat eat honey. I always wonder if people know and understand what they mean by saying that. Because we are the direct links to our people. Nishiko de ate net ah which chimpes they thought ah which chimpes they need niche. Everything that everybody does in Window Rock, we do it out here. At Dada Wadishne, we talk to our people. We counsel our people. Aheshi yebich nahot ishin babich yelti. Naini ka. Ado hot dit au shati no the nabich yelti. Ado huil yago shadit au shat. Hot adas apohanetza. A janet could you base or attend. Could you go shat? Dit au et the napanahuit ado the napanisnish. Ado to it or the nida. Ado to it or outside other napa by any that nipa nisnish. Ohodishne dada. I have emotional ties to my people. Oh, kayu shahastwish in hanast eat in our community. Just the other week, we lost another elder. And you get emotional due to the fact that you've seen the living situations and conditions of these people at the local level. There is a need for us to ensure that we protect and serve our people to the extent that we don't fail them in certain situations. I have 23 homes that need to be electrified. I've been waiting for my $6,000 for over 4 years now. Rather than going through ASC or DCD. Well, show me proof that I'm misusing my funds. Show us proof that we're misusing our funds. Because some of us are in it for our people. We're not just in it for the money. We do anything and everything possible for our people. Direct from the central government to the local level. No in betweens.
Thank you. Kashin Rage Cuba City. Twitterness Dislo right here.
The nervous agents is on Hashe Yachos Kitole. Nana Yat Arnold Son. Ado Quege not Arnie of Seni Quege de Yan Hahos Do Nana agenda and Linegide Yasa Osa. Dida ya agenda Yinil Tra, she ede Yabik Honeya Ila. Hat Egel Anni de Nadalia, the Dasan Hilchadat, Chokot Ende. I got in the Quagga de Yan Hahos. I'm going to kind of chime in on Mr. Sobrero. Everything that he had to say is how we feel too. Diden hitonnest is a little Dide Shantoje dan Nenegit, we're an A4 chapter. I could ego de yapedin. We have our local ordinances that we use. We have a tax ordinance too. Ekot ego be neilness. Dide. Nate Enegi, Title 26, Local Governments Act, supposedly put in place in the late 1990s. It's 2022 now. And Shadida additionally, I'm very vocal, just like Mr. Sombrero, about how the Navajo Nation sees us. You get 18,000, but
Oh, you need Joe. It seems like every day we hear Title 26 local governments. The ben sustainability. But so far, it seems like people don't really know what it means and how it's supposed to be done. Whenever you try to move forward, whenever you have something planned, you guys can move forward. Government. I don't think so. Ego. Ego. Equity need oda be yale tio. Ado koje ya. Ashon the qua nati na. Shadow all year that ego. To me, ego means you fend for yourself. You do for yourself. That's what we try to do for our community, for our people. There's non-certified, there's certified, there's AFOG, there's one township. I think some of the bigger communities like Cuba City is town. It's time for a township for that. Has anyone ever thought about trying to move forward? If you've been to Tuba City, we have what we call the county island. The movement, the progress that you see on County Island compared to right off going down Main Street, you can see what's happening right there in Tuba City. Because our County Island, we're under Navajo Nation. The barriers that are in place from the nation is the reason why it's like that. On County Island is Coconino Island, that state land. Hey, you see McDonald's, Taco Bell, AutoZone. Hey, I thought they run the larger, the kiss. Such a go, under the Navajo Nation. Why is it like that? We're trying to push. We're trying to do everything we can. Tuba City, we are unique. Since I came in, I have a public works department. I have a community development department. I have parks and rec department. We're trying everything that we can. But it seems like we're spinning our wheels. I have been in there now trying to advocate, trying to get this message across. We have a senior center that we have been trying to put in place now. We just met again with Dr. Yellerman's staff, and that has been put on hold. Sani has tweeted, retired. Everything that we have to get an okay from Winderot. Why is it like that? Please, I don't know how else to say it, but we need people to fully understand what local government's supposed to be about. Title 26, or just what is put in there. It seems like everybody should understand that
But once you get into the details, I that's what I like to say. We need to fully understand from the top up. I can guarantee you the people up there don't really know how the chapters operate. The husband, especially the AFOG, and it sounds like it's like that over there too. So, so the it ego, get or chapters that are at the point where they can go township on. So yes, we've heard that the last 2-3 years, but nothing has moved yet. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone, committee, and for those in attendance, and for those of you that have joined us online. My name is Duran Begay, and I'm the manager for the chapter. Just
Could
to
you,
add on,
hold on one moment. Everybody that's on the call, can you hear okay? It's odd.
Oh, Shige
Volume
Chairman,
needs,
I can hear you.
the
Thank you.
volume needs to be turned up a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Chair,
we got
be
it.
nice to
Sheila, could you kind of speak a little louder too? Thank you.
all right. Good morning again. This is Duran Begay. I'm the manager for the chapter. So just to add on to what Mr. Kitso has said, there's the bad side of it and the good side of it. I just want to bring out a little details on the good side of being a certified chapter is for us, the prior administration set forth the tax ordinances, and the local taxpayers in the community, that's the sales tax that we collect. And that sales tax, we implemented off of the Navajo Nation sales tax. Already invented the policies and procedures off of that, and that's what we adopted. So that's a plus for us. And with that, we're able to operate the transfer station. Right now, we don't charge any type of tipping fees for solid waste, but the cost that we incur for solid waste is extremely high. Last year, we probably hit almost $300,000 in hauling fees. And we get a lot of trash from all the way from Kayenta, Navajo Mountain, Lachii, and the little surrounding communities by us. That's a plus, but we've talked about implementing, fees where it can be sustainable in itself instead of on the sales tax revenues that are coming in. That's a really good plus for us. Another, I guess the bad side of it is within our own community, we have other entities that have their own plans. NTUA, you have RBDO, these other entities that have master plans, but they don't come to us to share what their plans are. When plans are already in motion, we're like, oh, that's what you guys are doing. We don't have that respect from these organizations. They don't come to us and let us know what their plans are afterwards. And we are working with an individual at RBDO on these empty spaces in Cuba City. If you know where the junction is at, the Dinosaur gas station has a little track
that they're not using, and it was a previous shopping center years ago. That could potentially bring in, you know, maybe 3 small businesses, and it's right off of the 160. So we have an individual working on how these current business site leaseholders are utilizing their whole area. You know, there's a lot of potential for these businesses to let go of that land, businesses can come in, but we're also faced with the implications of housing. There's not enough housing on the reservation. We have NHA, but they mainly cater to low income. We've talked about how did St. Michael's bring in a developer to bring in private homes. You know, maybe that's something that needs to happen where these other corporations come in and they build apartments, they build townhomes, you know, other homes. So those are, you know, some of the other issues that we face. And Mr. Kitso brought up our senior center building with the CSN funds. That project has been on hold for about 2 years due to COVID. And there's just not enough project managers with CPMD. And I just want to, you know, make that known that they need more personnel up there to handle these projects. And one other thing that we had to face is the former Bennett Freeze area. We have a listing that was approved back in 2018 for 45 people that need some type of an house improvement or housing. And a majority of those people, they need a home. They live in, you know, dilapidated dwellings, or they live in a cha'o, you know. So those are issues that we have to look at too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next table there, Chenley Chapter, Dr. Jumbo Fitch.
Good morning again. Thank you for giving us time this morning to discuss our chapters. Chenley Chapter's been LGA certified since 2010, 32nd chapter to be LGA certified. So with that, Chenley is located within the central region, and we have a community that is set up in a way to where we have a local grocery store, we have gas stations, we have nursing homes, we have a hospital readily available to our community members. But with that, we struggle still with economic development. We still have issues like majority of the chapters to be able to find those alternative solutions to provide for our people, whether it's another resource, whether it's providing them funding, or overall just being able to provide them the necessities they need. So with economic development, we run into the issues of infrastructure, providing the necessity of water lines, electric, sewage, being able to keep up with those demands, not only within the central area of the community, but also the rural areas that we connect our community members to. And overall, other issues and concerns that we have working recently with the various departments within our own community, we run into the same issues of having local availability and spaces available for the economic development. We struggle with communicating what our master plans are, what our goals are as a community, and we have to try to relay those to the various departments within the area. So we have issues getting on the same page, just like many of us here. With that, we also have a CLEP-C that we have issues with obtaining members that are willing to help provide these master plans, these ideas, these goals for our members in the community. And we also are reviewing options of planning and zoning as we see that as we grow, we want to make sure we're developing a community that is organized, that will work, that the community approves. Other areas we have issues with is funding. We have many programs such as summer youth, scholarships, housing discretionary, Emergency funds is another one that comes up. Tourism projects, chapter projects, and overall our trash transfer station. We have issues of providing fundings for these options, and we do get asked by our community members why there's not enough funding or why the criteria may be set in a certain standard. So we want to be able to be open and communicate the reasonings on why we're limited to certain fundings, but it would be a beneficial item and goal for each of us to have those opportunities set for each chapters to where we understand the limitations that we may have. And if there's set criteria that is made by the committees or the Navajo Nation, we want to be able to transpire those across, because some areas are very limited and it's hard for our members to obtain that funding and assistance that they need individually for their families. Other areas we also work towards is LGA certified. A lot of us talk about LGA certified, having that capability to be a local governance and to be able to make decisions within the chapter level for your community. And by not being able to have that open door, we are having issues to try to provide new opportunities. A project we'll be presenting on this afternoon will be the local sales tax. We'll provide more in-depth information, but having to obtain certain new items like that provides a barrier for us to provide support to our members as well. We also have issues with citizen funding, getting those approvals, getting the money available. As we have projects ready, that we want to be able to fund them. We want to be able to have a timeline, a schedule that we are dedicated and committed to, because in return, our community members ask us the questions at a chapter level. When is it going to be done? When can I expect water? When can we expect power? So if we have a definitive template, process, or way that we can transpire these funds, whether it's citizen or other types of funding, we want to be able to have those open lines of communication. Other items that we have done internally as chapters, like many have already done, is we all applied for ARPA. We all did the effort to submit proposals, applications. We did our due diligence in checking if projects are considered project ready, or what other items we needed to complete for our chapter in order to actually apply, depending on the types of funds that were available. So those are some issues that we have because we put all the time and effort towards these kind of projects or incentives, but then we are not given the response in return as far as chapters. Other items we see, we have been having a lot of issues with having a checklist, a template in place for whatever project we are trying to obtain. I find that it should be readily available for programs that we may be applying for, and those criteria are open. We struggle a lot internally when we're having to play a guessing game of, yes, we have a project on our list for this fiscal year. What are the items needed, whether it's from the land department, the business department, the community development? Those items I feel that we should have readily available for LGA certified chapters, so we understand automatically what the checklist needs to be. And in return, we do our due diligence in submitting the required documentation. So it makes the process a lot easier for us as chapters when we're planning forward, because the majority of us, that's what we're doing. We're planning for the generations ahead of us, and we want to be able to ensure that we are doing our part as elected officials. But overall, the issues we've been having as chapters is just communication and accountability. As many of us stated, we're tired of waiting for funds, we're tired of waiting for approvals, and we just want to be able to have a set process that we know each and every one of us as leaders are accountable for, whether it's providing us an additional documentation or any other items needed to get that project moving forward, because we all have a list and we all want to be able to accomplish those goals correctly, but at the same time have support from the various committees as well. I'll hand it over to our manager. Thank you.
Good morning again. For a lot of the issues that the chapter managers already talked about, the majority is the same. But majority of us at the Chinle chapter, we've been trying to push all this LGA, and the Navajo Nation departments, none of them does not even know what LGA means, and they just put a halt to it. Just like our local sales tax, we've been fighting our local sales tax for 3 years, and the election board is the one that is saying no. We had reached out to the speaker's office, we had reached out to DCD, we reached out to our attorney, We have not gotten no assistance. All LGA certified chapters probably feels the same way. When we become LGA certified chapter, we're like put to the side. I hate to say it, but we are. There's no communication with everyone. They treat us the same way as non-LGA. The training should be different. The training should be different for the LGA certified chapter and non-LGA certified chapter than putting us together. Because when they put it together, they use the non-LGA certified against the LGA certified chapters, and they don't understand the difference between them. My suggestion was always hire a different program or a different staff only for LGA certified chapters. For them to have their own attorney that they can go to for LGA certified chapters. For them to go directly to a DCD office and say, hey, I'm an LGA certified chapter. I want to talk to an LGA certified staff. Not to AAC, not to DCD that don't know what the LGA certified chapter means. I need a staff that can actually know what a LGA certified chapter is looking for, understand templates, you walk in and you understand what we're going through. Not this you don't go to this office, go to this office, go to this office, go to this office. We spend more than one day running around in the window rock trying to find the answer. And then you go back to the same office you started from. So my suggestion from RDC is, do something for us. Hire an attorney for us only for an LGA certified chapter. A direct staff for only LGA certified chapter. Not an ASC. Something that where we all can go up to and say, hey, then all us LGA certified chapter can actually grow together than having this roadblock. That's my request from you.
Thank you. Mr. Tahi, where's chapter is that gentleman from? Okay. Bodaway Gap. Ana Bas Habitin Olgela Ada.
I'm not with Bodaway Gap, but I'm with Bird Springs. I'm the Bird Springs chapter manager there, and my name is Dolly Wagner. I just started recently, and I worked with a different program, Doltex, for a very long time, and I worked with a lot of the elderlies within Bird Springs and T-Still area. And I learned a lot of things that they need, everything from housing, water, medical care, and things like that. And like I said, I just entered the chapter program.
May everybody please mute their phones, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
I just entered the chapter program recently, and within the 6 months, I've realized that there is a lot of obstacles. We are LGA certified. And I think a lot of these programs, and even RDC, Window Rock officials, everybody doesn't know what LGA actually stands, like everybody says here. I found that out in 6 months that I've been employed with the chapter. And I think the key word in LGA is local. We need this at the local level. It doesn't say Window Rock level. It doesn't say agency level. It says local governments aid. You need to bring it down to the level and go by what you named this program, this endeavor, instead of taking it away from us. In the 6 months that I've been here, the previous administration failed to process some of the budgets that were available to the chapter. I was able to secure those funding back in October and November. We are still waiting for the agency to approve those fundings and be released to our chapter. It's February. We're still waiting. That's the holdup, that's the hangup that we have, we chapters as certified, that we face every single day. I finally got the guidelines to one of the funding last week when the deadline was last month. So finally, like this gentleman says, I guessed maybe it goes like this. What is the guideline? Maybe it goes like this. I'll just follow this. So I did the day before the deadline. Last week, I finally got those guidelines. Redo your budget. Where were these people at the agency, at the central level, when I was trying to get these guidelines? These are the obstacles that we face. The budget, here's your guidelines. We are working backwards instead of going forwards. That's my major concern in the few months that I've been with the chapter. And I feel sorry for these people that have been here for a very, very long time. So that's my major concern, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yate, let's give Arizona again. Look, contribute city local government members. And it's my second year. So say, trying to know what LGA is government. One thing I ran into when I first applied, this is insurance. I applied for insurance with the Navajo Nation. And I was told by the insurance company, HMA or something like that, you're not, they denied my life insurance. And on that, they told me, I'm not a member, I'm not a chapter official. You're not a chapter official. Actually, they need. So that's kind of let me put me down. That's why I thought it's still not on official meeting or chapter meeting. I shot it all. Every time I go out there, I take a risk coming out here. I do not have life insurance because the Navajo Nation life insurance agents that said you're not chapter official. You only pay $1,000.
Thank you.
This is a chapter.
Just one moment, please. Chapter manager by alternative form of government. Aro ada taisanol tsangi lo kuchen besh behanepe. Dija ben heshne anoltho. Dija nhahil a Resources and Development Committee. We want to hear your concerns. Deep need. The Local Governance Act. I used to be a former chapter official. Let me tell you, I used to memorize the whole 20 duties and responsibilities of a chapter president. Vice President, 7. Secretary Treasurer, BH 12. Local chapter. Ben hitchenahot iki haki lati behas ani das zohoki do hot eda don hitliat eta do job enat nishta. Echaisen satonacha. Kodo obi gahada kiti nego. Hunt RDC, hunt DCD, hunt DOJ da kiti nego edo da kiti insta. We're having a communication. Let's have that respectful communication. Oh, what out a kidit eats, isto show. De la ahis nela quais, so hogi hot aya hat zibit is LGA certified chapters in Latoya hat z. We are different from non-LGA certified chapters, Nela. Eba and our training as LGA certified chapters and AFOG should be different. Nihita or training Hanate Hagesaho Otero Noya Hatzi. Now we're communicating, we're understanding Akwaiki Ani Hoteo. You're right, and I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm glad that you're talking about your chapter projects. That's something very different. Shanto Hotel, Kroya Haji. Ara Krot Api can go hot alana danits and Ninigi. It's good. This is why we're here all day for Western Agency. Eskai Central, Arobahol Jijo, Fort Defiance, Northern Agency, Aro Eastern Agency, Nana. And that we want to hear from each of the local governance act certified chapters. What is just Sidnana Seniki, Aro Aresanot Agi, Snant Ano Seniki, Arorat Utabaha, Zikashi Hadis Nena. Identify which chapter you're from and your name.
Okay, my name is Joanne Yazi-Pietri from the Chi chapter. Chi chapter is a certified chapter since 2012. And so we are along the northwest corner of the Colorado River of the Navajo Nation. One of the things that we had done was try to get a FOG government, alternative form of government, which was voted down. I would have to say that I think I'm speaking for all chapters when I'm saying this on me. Our papa, we were really excited, cool. So we all put it up into our portals. And one of the things that really is pressing for us, as you have heard in the news, how the city of Page no longer, helps with public safety. And we are working on getting a public safety building built here in Page, not in Page, I'm sorry, Hachi. One of the things is that we need a building, a good-sized building, chapter, so that we can put our equipment. We were donated a fire truck from the city of Page, which we're so thankful. I'm the Lachey chapter president here. One of the things I really feel that we need to do here in Hachi is we need to develop a volunteer fire department. We have a lot of people that have retired from NGS that were EMTs, although we have some medical personnel here in our chapter. We can utilize them. We really are in need of a building. One of the other things is the Navajo Parks and Rec had a building here, and they have a trailer here that we've been trying to ask them to move it because EMT from over in Inscription House 2 or 3 days a week. A trailer so that they can have a place to stay while they're here. I wanted to bring that up. One of the other things that we want to do, and I heard Chin Lee bring this up, and I see I'm here listening, is that we want to be able to collect taxes in our community. We passed a resolution. They new officials go. It's tough because you have to educate them. They want to know how it works. I've reached out. I thought Martin Ashley was the director, but it doesn't look like it. I wanted to find out more information. Tax this is where we could fund our public safety. Auto scholarship, so we are in need of those because we don't get much money. And every year we get about 30 plus kids. We have to turn some of them down. The other thing is, we are doing we are part of the Western Water Project, which we're thankful for. We do need the economic development too in our community. Even the old buildings at NGS, we had asked for it. I sent email to Mr. Nez. I talked to him at the legislative day at the Arizona State Capitol. I did, and then I haven't heard back. I had sent a letter to Jason John, JT Willie, we did do a resolution trying to get these buildings because the Lena Fowler, she wants to, do that vocational education. I fully support that because I really feel that educating our young people to learn new skills, new trade, is something that is important to have them learn a trade. That's very, very, very important. So just like other chapters, we do have a good P&Z committee, planning and zoning committee, that helped us to, pick the site for the public safety building. And then also we are currently working on our community cemetery because I want our land use plan to be recertified, as officials. And then also we just signed an MOU with the youth, the NE youth. They're going to do an after-school program here they're going to utilize the old preschool building. Although we do have a senior center, so we try to help them out as best as we can. And but I guess the biggest thing I would have to say for all you councils that are the council delegates that is eventually we have bathroom projects. That's another thing. But one thing I think I want to say is a big thing. I know Pearl has brought it up, is a one-stop shop where people can go get their home site leases, get their, all their surveys and their ARC studies. Because as we all know, water, not only water line, but power project. Where's the home site lease? We've got to help our people. Like myself and probably the majority of you, boarding school, we saw running water, we saw power. But as we went on and, get ourselves educated, we know the value of that. On the power project, we still have 2 people that need to be hooked up. So just one thing I just wanted to bring up before I let you go is that we are working right now with the city of Page on working on doing the Page attached trash that we have done yearly. So hopefully we can coordinate with that. Last year it was on the Our biggest thing too here is the tourism. As you all know, Antelope Canyon is very much a destination spot here in the Lichi area, and like even some sort of a museum. I know the Navajo Parks and Rec built one, but it's in the city of Page when really it should be in our now. I just wanted to bring that up.
Echehe Messiasi. Ada the cheat and Hinzi. Ado Western Agency. Western Agency. LGA chapters. Sadat Ekro Bahnana Z.
Chair, this is
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Dorothy Lee.
Wait, hold on. Elijah Hinzi, Halain.
My name is Curtis
Dorothy?
Yanito. I'm with Northern Agency, Mexican Water Chapter.
Which chapter?
Mexican Water, Utah, Arizona.
Northern Agency is going to be at a different time. The Western.
Oh, okay.
Western
How is this
Agency
for-
LGA chapters.
How is this?
How
is this for me?
Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorothy Lee. I'm with the Botaway Gap chapter, currently the president there. Juliet Eko Ade Nahata Hosato Naha Halan Kitchen, the husband than Kitofnigo Naha Adal Sadich Eba Hinson Aronda Ashini Yego that in here to join here a larger than not Adon Hain Kikado than it Edo a late out can nature so Jotan needs the machine Eya could the Nahata Hosato be edit and adanit a hege benkel ta wheelne. Shay ya ashchen slo hanrani bashchin be betone da shado nash erika behind the shinale. But ego a son and shado last term at Aisha isnel. I'm fairly new as a chapter official, but I was a chapter manager when our chapter was LGA certified in 2010. Ako dene bes inanish inigi ya 2012 yanda shit mata ho Ako ita resign ishla chapter manager a hala taski ya ba hashiadon so a shinanish bit ya Enas ena haikat ako ahne kwada nikada shitene dasho kaho chapter president ba cha isne that olya ne shaga ite ako ani but nas ena hai job that's on the yado ste almost 2 terms staff eteno ba honizi o the neshikato staff at o hika nigo hunza holjish I see then we have no manager, we have no administrative assistant that was like that for the last term. So we actually had no staff for basically saying like 6 years. Okay, PDP that's that nahadat ego kujit nahodji. Okay, yego benkiche nahot sali. Okay, bado gap has anige. Yeah, we have a trading post, and then we have a gas station. There's a Head Start. And then our chapter house is there, and then we have an elementary school just east of the chapter. And then the major highway 89 going from south to north. Yal Texas and had a unique hotel. We are a tourism area. And it's like I heard all you people there, they're struggling to get things done. It is a big task. So and done get the nation because this was hashing the needs and other such نخادة illegal شيء أي نخادة إزمل دي لا آيات أي خاد هذا شيء نخادة هيدو شيء كنزون شيء أي خداتza أكو شيء أي بأشينسن أشي ني أويو كده أنت نيكلين ده عليت إيجو أيا أشكاتيجا تدي نو دي Shido Ado Shikero Tasatahi Lee Yazi Jr., Vice President, Secretary Treasurer, Loretta A. Sunyama A. Nkinatos and Ado Andan, the club committee, do then A. Ya in the last month in the reinstate Adelia. Ako Ato first meeting a day later. For the last 9 years, that's how far back we went. We have LGA certified, but we're not. We haven't gone to our alternative government yet. We have not developed that. So we are in a situation where we're just starting off. And we have been reaching out to our ASC and DOJ and Dr. Yellowman, and they've been very helpful. They're I like to pat them on the back and say thank you for being there for us. Yes, we can. It's not going to help us to holler and throw a tantrum and stuff like that. Miss Solvan's case, of course, it didn't. But the Schneeke. Khaled Aida Disney, to the Donas, Nasta Kaka, a yo at Ninche Deno. Hala Aza Edeya, that he Joe Tago, Nasan the Hazel Esco, was yo go, Chena, Dani Glingo. Johut out Eya, we will accomplish a lot. Later, on Michel has aunt far away. But we need to fix that. We need to fix it, come back together and work with love. That's the key word to, I think, all local government. Johut out a biga, I don't hear Kodo meeting ye the yeast was key, she away shingle, or she had on not so that it's enough I should the net, to hear on this, yet echo she, I'll let me hear the net about the dealing sort. Thank you.
Miss Lee, Paraway. Yat eho adana kene khashida sana pas habatin de so kya haro ada Western Agency LGA chapters / pahananatsi atten hakushila di koro ben hitchen ha istigi not on hitchen anged kapahara so
Hello? This agency for Kayenta
Hello?
chapter. Hello?
Miss Rose Yazzie, which chapter?
Kayenta chapter. Kayenta chapter, certified chapter.
Go ahead.
Head the Schneider left resource committee than Oslini added Isotagi than his Sotagi Dokodo when he's not again his Chane de Nagi Ashin Ha de Sotado Bansata Keso Halate Ego Ekot did Bacato was Hikato was Jonithan. According chapter dog can't chapter dog. Lango ibenich nahot ako ado lebenich nahot a resolution behatatil now ni ako khalate ego yatin resolution ni that's a ton ha nahat lat jot aban sakes The prime example is a home site lease. Home site lease, anle traho zanta anda shi hate la. Ado take home site lease ti bedeno snishan. Nike sahat asid anhil was ado kodot ago ebelan ille toles nitzen. Akot only traho zango kunte ade et tipehas anhitet no o ben hitel jisnahallen. Akoti yisit o he ni hitna bit is adi home site leasigi do totnesh because anige ten sto at the quick hoganasnal ako AD to maybe like St. Michael's it egg it a hogan heshi kot eggy hogan deneliki AD lana tanitsen ado in the corner ado let local business that tanitsen lta ko tsaraho zande ebe boholdin hitni halet ego a local government tanitle od ant agit a central office window ade e adole ebe landa ilde. That really bothers us because asit ani certified ni tlon halet in he with askin hat notes in sto halet in $100 jot aban sikes to bana ikha halet ego eya the resource na senigi halet an hikatos so eya the local government ki na agi hajon $100 to hajo cho $1 jokot ego in hilana nitsen ako didi asipanan hika aisin he kishaz ange ado nahat agi hat ito ado be on stoles kot ego in hilana nitsen ado itsa hot zano dinas e kohot ebelchaz ani dinas dan nandasi atronneshe because ahot yal hilana danitsen ke huit ini do banangi ako hot ego ekot behasi doles aro he dan hisol tsaki kot ego eya koton hichasi doles aro dan tsate datni hito ni na shi pansate keso ahot heya
Akhe Messiazi. I don't know.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. What chapter are you from?
My name is Stanley Yazi from Shanto Chapter. Should I continue?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Keda Nielsen. 28 in Slotzen at Jenny Basis Chain Little Sun Dashi. Aro Tachin Dashinala. What are yet nature does see all I just want to be brief. I know that my chapter leadership has already had the opportunity to express what they want to say to the committee. But I want to thank the committee and particularly Mr. Daniels for setting up the meeting that we have been requesting for quite some time. And like you said, Mr. Chairperson, I'm just going to speak to AFOG. I know that, as you said earlier, you're very familiar with the chapter operation, the needs, and what needs to happen and so forth. So I'm just going to leave that in abeyance. Now, did AFOG Niki Bedeni Nation Reshan toward and incidentally, I represent the southern portion of the chapter. Raids at the but see only railroad tread only at the end of the grazing boundary towards Red Lake. Ako Ediki Khalid El Chitoil Benel Nisquay for since 1998. We effectuated a FOG 1999. It has done some good. It Panashid Tasil Bedo, the Nebakada Iliedo Bakada Iswood. Ado Gadea store daily Marshanto marketplace. and now we're working on the establishment of a hotel. Edo, accord, abenel nish, akwat end. Did the A4 Nido I see Naha, Behazund and Hadza Sunday. And I used to work with DCD, Raid Hadi Nada, for several years. And at that time, it was different. We were assisted with Local Government Support Center, Dabaditno, Junde Gadeya, ASC Nahan. And it happens to be that ASC has more control over governor certified chapters, a regular chapter that are not governor certified. To my understanding, and have been part of the LGA all these years, was that let chapters do for themselves. Arolet Hiriedo Lechote, Yene, Kadeyat Oyod Ednal. And even for my chapter in Ray, we have 4 appointees in addition to the 3 chapter officials, the grazing person, and the council delegate. The 4 appointees, they represent one from north, east, south, and west. And I represent the southern part of the chapter. We have been working with that type of leadership for many, many years. The little compensation that these appointees receive, it's not in the budget instruction manual. Other committees to be that no. You know, it unheat elia unheat. Yeah, ne, quite unheat a winno unheat that not nangit Ada nene joy kadedo not ed unhit nenalo. The other thing that I think happened, TCDC later the alternative forms of governance, no LGA. Ako Asian api chapter nanit yen dal install and they didn't do it in detail. So as a result, it unheadelia it pointy siki yen kade pasa halona do edit here, they're not included in the budget instruction manual. Jot a bayati. A craggy it is a co the question behind see it nishin a quit abnaza. A con he quake a forgy don't call our lepa by just what is out. Then you think about how would the solution be? I said on this. So as far as Shanto is concerned, a recognition of AFOG and the parties and the governance that we operate on. A Craig aid or RDC aid or or I think should go through the RDC and allow the chapter, and particularly Shanto, to go ahead and have the parties and accept the little compensation that they have in the budget instruction manual. I don't next year during the budget session. Budget. I not be sort of already said, oh yeah, we don't. I could hear. I saw that and get your aid over Linan. Yeah, LGA. Yeah, oh, Niki Ashin, so about not all yet, it open up penal. A cordia don't his Shanton, it has only aid or jump and dash it, Shiego. Should I had all nashed air? Kala show, it up business and Shido Stakeholders, Aro chapter official. A hot a year with the Nahian dashes. Aro the different alternative forms of government, Niki. It's working. It's just that there's little kinks here and there that needs to be fixed in regards to our situation. ako benel ni shota aro ashin so and he need we're trying to be progressive, we try to be productive for our people. So it's prevalent across the Navajo Nation, the 110 chapters. We're aware of it, so I'm not going to speak to that, but I'm just going to speak to how AFOG is working for Shanto and how it needs to be improved and what the solution might be in regards to our appointees and also the leadership that we have. So the presence at your presence at Tornero is indicative of your interest and assistance to local chapters. And I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, ik ken het je heen Mr. Yazi. Chilchen betroders lan khanoya. Chilchen betrodo loop.
Chilchen beto.
Ado den hot sodo atot. Chilchen beto.
We have Luke here.
Beto. You have the floor. Kaila Chilchen betrodo. Chilchen betrodo. Loop dosha.
This is Roberta Gorman from Loop.
Loop, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Kid. I'm coming in from zooming in from my classroom in Flagstaff. So I want to say good morning, good afternoon to RDC leaders. Although my plans are just now at the Nihashkanzoni Nishlingo, Kinkachinik is a Sana Bashichin, Senajane Dashichedo, Sanji Kinadashanala put out a son in Nishli. Although I am the Loop chapter president and this is my second term, I was the chapter president back in 2014. I served 4 years there. Although I need Shana is 2019 and 20. So I'm very thankful and I'm really appreciative of my community to elect me in. I think and I'm going to get down to the point. Then I'm going to sort of overview how Loop demographic is. The most important thing I think right now that Loop is having issues with is the ASC oversight person to manager the chapter oversight of the manager, Loop chapter manager. When I got elected in, I was told that I wasn't the chapter president. So there was a resolution on me to go and that ASC was the oversight person or DCD with ASC, which is out of Delcon. So they tell me that I'm not a chapter president, but there is a resolution in there stating that you are not the chapter president, and it's all because of our sanction. So it's up to the community, and the votes went in. I am codified with the Navajo Nation election office. Everything went through, and put the nat ashan nilihan ot oshala lianahalan. ASC taking over control over chapters, and it does overlap the Navajo Nation on Title 26 it kind of overlaps the LGA certified bylaws or policy, the 5 management. LGA certified, we don't need no oversight person. But was or not ASC they come in and they are taking a lot of our responsibility. I think I'm thankful that they're working in there, but that doesn't mean that they push chapter presidents out or whoever that they feel like they're comfortable with. I feel like I'm in there and I'm
I am elected in by the people. So quite again, DOJ, so I think there is an issue there. There needs to be a lawyer set for LGA certified asati. The non-certified big the initial regulations give up big kunat doya ashkora, and we kept saying this is a local governance act. No, it's owned by the local people. Ita ninigi benahat do ya ya da ti epic do lehen alcohol to what air the Navajo Nation the regs with the Navajo non-certified chapters now were included in that, and it gets really complicated with DOJ, and that's when Mr. Roger Piquet has to come in and put on a lot of his legality assess assistance in there under the Navajo Nation non-certified the other one is chapter stipend. We are always faced with shortage of chapter stipend. They need initial sometimes I have to run chapter meetings, I know, without no chapter stipend all the way till like maybe 3 or 4 months. The hardishim bela alle and the winter rock. So that's another issue. The oversight of ASC, and then the chapter stipend, and the overlapping of LGA non-certified policies. Although ARPA is another one projects we submitted, with the initial, the chapter manager got that in time, and here we haven't got a thorough answer of when those projects will be funded. Just like what right now the community checks the Navajo Nation community, they're still waiting for their checks. Nobody has an exact answer to that, so everybody's just playing a guessing game at these things. The other one is projects are out there, like our electrical projects. It always has to go under NTUA regs or under Navajo Nation regs, and I wish that we have our own LGA how to do what to do, but they always tell us no, we need several bits, we need this. And non-certified date nishiki and it's extra work is holding up our projects. Some of those projects are going to cancel, and it gets frustrating. No, but there's a red tape with NTUA projects, and you had to go accordingly to what they have to say under the Navajo Nation. But yet we're saying they tell us we're LGA certified. So where are we in this position on Sunday? Adult sanctioned chapters. A lot of these sanctions are like after for many years, and some of these newly elected are in there, but they're getting the blame, just like me. I get the blame for getting a sanction that was audited back in 2000, I believe it's 12, and right now our chapter is in sanction right now, but that doesn't mean that you point fingers at the chapter president and say, hey, you're not chapter president because you got sanctioned. That's the way I see Loop is running right now, and I don't appreciate that. The other one is administration budget with software admin assistant. They need to be thoroughly across the board with LGA certified, knowing the MIP system. Yeah, go back to how admin assistant on Linigi. They're told no, you go under a different software. No, you go under this one, and it makes it very complicated for them to work under one software. And I think the most important thing is HR. The LGA certified, they don't have an HR center where chapter manager, they're running their own checks, they're running their own checks and balance. I think under the whole 110 chapters, there is no human resource center for each chapter audit. Also checks and balances is being then. So that's where I believe that it will hurt really bad with that. Other than that, I want to go over the demographic of loop chapter. We do have a gas station and a store, and the road is from up by Delcon into Flagstaff. That is a major commute into Flagstaff and then into Winslow too. Although we have two schools there, which is Loop Incorporated School and Loop Public School, which is function under the Flagstaff Unified School District. And then we do have a trailer court and a TDI, which is a toy in the industry where they make software devices for global devices there. And then we have two major tourism, which is Grand Falls and Twin Arrow, and Twin and a lot of tourism come out for Grand Falls, which is really beautiful. Twin Arrow, we are annexed to Loop Chapter is annexed to Twin Arrow, so it's under the Loop Chapter jurisdiction. But really need to advocate them to have them start paying some type of tax to the, Loop Chapter ever since I believe Navajo Nation took over. Right when it was under the gaming, we did have some monies funded through other chapters, but right now nothing hasn't been coming in yet. Other than that, I am the chapter president, Bernice Swag, not Bernice, but Calvin Johnson is our secretary treasurer, and Angie Cody is our vice president. Thomas Walker Shanali is our council delegate representing Loop Chapter, and also Bird Spring and Talani Lake. Our grazing official is Kenny Welch. We do have Club C. We have a veteran organization and a senior citizen, and we are just east of Flagstaff. And I just wanted to let you know where we're at with this with the Loop Chapter. Although he had these ila bench and task that niniki she hajo abaya tikito o hajo khabin that ito not give us a feedback. I just don't want to just have a talk and not come back with the feedback. So I really appreciate everybody. I had in Trago, Nishidini Dole.
I had Nijake, Miss Gorman, Klaus, then a hot soda. Anybody from Denahotso? Tonalia? Atenya. Hakoshila. Kache Yahatida. Koron Kesendahasosne. Western Agency, though. LGA certified chapters. Local Governance Act Hatnego Ben hit letgo. Which kai. Araben Halnada Asli Beshbahas Anshi and Halnada Asli either under TCC or RDC. Koro by Hadahisi Dida Title 26 do LGA or Ligehegi Behas Ani do Koro chapter Yena Nishiki. It's not respected. We want to be more self-sufficient. We need a better plan. We don't need a store. Khala Nikitanen Rata. Behonil Zendo, but Kehonit Ido, baby chair, Naho, Tiki, Bahonit, Zeniki Penina. We don't need. I don't that data Khaled our Navajo Nation LGA chapters in and those Yobas and those Yahans and who don't need. And that I horchit ego hat nenegi la yahato to hajoik it hitado or sat it and halan sali who don't need. Aron data chaga ho janata has aniki nlahte local level konyada it tatnas nelbaganil neshte do hojoya ahunzanda hodon need. And that the sales tax will gehegi esto nahat lahaki edo I sipe hozenda up housing a goto nish. And that the Nehitanet ate lago ho one be etten hodon need. Adod na economic development ba hatahiso ji nde sako that don't need. It requires infrastructure that don't need. Ne hota de todo chen sto ishi beta de tiki ba etten go economic development shindo bigata. And the trash transfer stations as to hate ego da ado yad na hatlato lech don't need. And that the art and das neste club seed as to did and has tanige sato I gesepes era hosanda hate our shintina hat ahaki ye hodato ashiki don't need. Adot napa hanada hiso GD ARPA American Rescue Plan Act, based on Washington, then Holiage, local level de Benige, Nal Tos Hata de Lianda, Sato Niche, Eda Hosin that I don't need. I don't that Nagay Chaga Hotzan, the Besson de Nishiginal Tos, which Hotel Ego. Do Hata Eda by Belana Ile, what don't need. Ados doti LGA certified chapters need Lenegito AFOG and Lenegi Nabat and Tin training Niki A Asate Saho at Edo Lesente Hodon need. A what ego 80 LGA certified chapters Ziki that no Sesto Apik and that the Credo Les Hodon need. Adoti Esto I guess do the Nebanat ani no Seneki Adoleto I seen Habahunos and the Don Hitspehos and the LGA all Gehekin hit on need and Leo Chagahotan has argent. It is a Jonego Yahaji and the peso was Toto Hatanich Hotel, Nehet on Neto. Hat Eshin hat Ahaki not Archer the pay on Nishlan hit on need. Public safety has Archer as though Niche Nahot it that on need. A quaggy Nichetna has Arben Hikat or was na Edna. Other Arpa as though na than needs and that on need. I don't that the chapter has other personnel staff again. Ben hitchen out it turnovers. Na nishits hakaho do hata and that aja staff higher not na. Need o need and that sao to baha or we're not going to move forward if we don't have love nihit on need. Nihe yo netten go nihit an appa. Doors hit and snago. Seredo nasta di katanoshin hitna. Aron that the resolution again na be landa eat leko. Halet ela hajula be eat neto halates ela chagahot zande. Nihit on nidonan hit ek hit. Aron that the economic development or geheki nana. Didn't habik edit or change not ani no seneki RDC. Di agasin han hitspehos and do lesto queen hitchen that has the hate ocean on here big that it la again hit on name. Around the chapter projects again la bahata has so zito ARPA. Around that the agency that has the ASC but has an hikan da chichato les astot that don't need. I don't that the a fog will gehegi alternative forms of government not ani da shichaki to bitch and salahaki to sahot edo les podo nero baha orji. Ako anda da satnana ke di FMS5 management system will gehishin to an aden chapter nil the tanas nilato hate ocean a fog no syndication saha orseko yaha amendments again hin khasalla hot abahada hisotzi sa aben khalna da azlain the TCDC then ati hot ejohodo ne did a kodi arpa money ke la bahada hisotzi kodi hot not on hitche Next hato lesto corrosion and she asked as a go Yahada Division of Community Development or Department of Justice, then not hard. So Honorable Daniels, Corona Hosh Asnant.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, I don't should say. Yeah, na geen ja ko should say. Na na so da hayu la ko. I don't ko da Sicilia, I don't da ko Delegate Freeland, Sicilia. I don't should say Delegate P. Elamagate Jr. I don't ko Shanat Ani no Shinigi. Western Agency chapters, certified chapters, AFOG chapters. Yeah, ko be had I saw Z widow the hash ye go ben does tiki widow at the local level, at the chapter level. That in Nishiki being an AFOG chapter or a certified chapter. So the hash be now you go equal be had I saw Z I don't know a cotton has so I don't go down chair could yish could so I don't add I not sagi so could Shelter has sito nana kodo shanat no shenigi kodo she a shade of the zenschau ke kodo zara wish a bed that the show ad that in nation cause that shagi that ko AIC ke adonana kodo ne khalita a benadil ni stolesh so e kodo e papan sas ke so satta dida khalita e kodo as an oversight, Kodona Division of Community Development, Ajuta Inish, Kodo Halita Nastati Katola, which direction will we go? Hajulato Letako, Hajula Bayat Etola, Nal Sosishla Kodo Behes Anitan Linishla and Dal Netot Arabansas Kesako. So it is amendment she did the Quigo she at that door nation, but Chayego make it now deal without resources and development committee. A cause of the Hagon she in Hayat et or Letico. Adonana Quadon has started on the Redash Deja. Dr. Pearl Element, Division Director for Community Development, Kodo. He's later. Adonana Kodo Community Development Ajda Initiative Tota Isa Kodo Adoshin he Kada Lako Ishin Kodo Belikilanda Hotel Nishida Zado Letico Oito Aban says case got a conregam Betrahi Kato Letida Kodo Cherry and Hasnet this morning at a Western agency, as county central Adonana the other agencies, certified chapters. Did Ashi Milikil Nada Hadil Nekodo. Ako Ashi Stan Yakidash, Eshin Hadland, the Lahashin or ye Lahod that Echo. Babichin has Tigi. Ado Kodo not on it lingo Kodo that Mr. Cherry holds Megita. Nagata Anhinan Sudelia chapter officials that need not the cuisine here. A conagate 2 terms as a chapter president for Oljeto. That's a non-certified chapter Oljeto. Roles and responsibilities of a chapter president, vice president, secretary. Moving forward, Zadakhat, Zadada Pohonet, Zanon, Zadahayat, Ehekone, Eshe Kodo, Bendil, Neshkodo, as an oversight, working with community development. Eshe Kodo, Bendil, Nish, Adonana Kodo, AFONC chapters, Adon certified chapters, Ben Nahot Egi, Ben Hitlahos Pashnegi, Eshe Kodo, Bendil, Nishkodo, Adonana Kodo. Lagoshin na ite kiriko kodo eshin kodo ito na insa to lesh kodo ta Mr. Chair to unson ta ba na si to lesh kodo. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Stewart.
Good afternoon, Shanai Chairman, Aroshaja Vice Chair, Aroshanai Ke, Aronda Koro, Western Agency chapters in Hiltonolonigi today. And Gonzalo Holdashoko, the Hilnasol, their concerns that Egit and Hijenta has Egito, Hitil Hagita, put out a but in Kodoisis, Don Hinesh or Don Ado online that Gita, he says, Kodosatao a Title 26 B is under Part B, the purposes again. The purposes allows the 1 and 2 again that under 2, enactment of the Local Governance Act allows chapters to make decisions over local matters. This authority in long run will improve community decisions making, allow communities to excel and flourish, enable Navajo leaders to lead towards a prosperous future, and to improve the strength and sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. Through adoption of this act, chapters are compelled to govern with responsibility and accountability to local citizens. That part 2 to this part, as we first get into it, that's the part that I'm looking at, and I'm listening to you all as leaders within the Navajo Nation government. Like Shana stated at the very beginning, there was blame tossed back and forth. Where's the responsibility? And then on top of that, we get daily reports. Being a delegate for our first term and coming from executive branch, there's policies, procedures that we follow under executive branch. There's the same policies under chapters that chapters follow in those areas, but it's based off of what you as a leader have. And in working with different chapters and working with Division of Community Development ASC program, I get to see a lot of the differences. So when I first came in as a delegate, chapters go question. I represent 4 chapters. In the time they start their meetings to the end, we have one set agenda, and the format don't change. That don't change. It stays the same. But chapters down, it changes. That's what I've noticed. There's no set format for a chapter. Okay, we've had local governance, we've had chapter government for how many years, even before we went certified? There's been no set forms. Coming from executive AIC evaluations, I was evaluated every year as an employee. But when I came into chapter government, I never was involved in chapter government. I really got involved in chapter government 6 years ago. And that was just a curiosity that I had. When I came in at that time as a chapter president, that's when I noticed that there was no evaluation. I kept asking, where's the evaluation? How do you get evaluated? How is your pay? There was no answer for the chapter manager or for the AMS. Those are the areas that I see. So when there's no formality, there's no format, then that's when all the irresponsibilities come about. And that's when all the accountability, the not being accountable happens. So it goes back down, and you guys all said you guys want some type of guidance, some type of formality. That's where these forms come in. That's where I see. And so there needs to be, at the very beginning, there should have been some forms, some establishments done to make certified chapters. To say this is what will happen when you become certified. A lot of times, you know, we always say to one another, you know, we put sometimes the chapter government puts the cart before the horse. And this is something that happened at that time. It's what I see. I might be wrong. Again, like I always tell my chapters, if I'm wrong, then you tell me where I'm wrong, because I'm just as human. I'm allowed to make mistakes. But that's what I see thus far. So I think from here is to correct it. What needs to be done? What can we do to help the certified chapters, along with the vision of community development, the ASCs, to make our chapters more stable, to make our chapters more functional, so that there is that local governance, so that there is that local accountability and local responsibility, not only for this leadership, but for the leadership behind us, because we're not always going to hold these positions in the future. That's what I want to share thus far, Shania Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, although committee members, although staff, although he created Betahasi, Stui Suzanne, the earlier I had introduced myself by via phone call. Jai Nanasha. A sheen, being to Tony, but she put something the trade that the ski national. What I share hold on. It on the clinic. Oh, yeah, you need all the other response and nothing. Ben Hitochi, what not Shiki equal look. Although Tulani Lake to the Cameron coal mine chapters, the Schlappo, a Bishmas, and the agent that she had go by Jensen. I don't that a ya to equal by yet he make it ban C. KCG teacher. Our focus here, Local Governance Act certified chapters, though. A fog Ninigi I'd live not Nidlot A. Ayahajo Bahazan Tele. If you have something to compare or contrast the government that we're talking about, the form of governance, the system of governance that we're talking about, if you have something to compare with that, Johata and the Johata Egala, So with our, your sister chapters, the non-LGA chapters, gi ida aja ahot gi dot ne da hwe to nahat benda nishigi ne yika nat jahagi the ne ya de nishigi ida. So I think there's a real sharp contrast there. Jitot et nahalan good eight out it's through this public health crisis that we're going through, started about 2 years ago. The impact that it's had on every single person on the nation, as well as the outside of the Navajo Nation, but in our nation, though, at our communities, every single person has been impacted. In response to that impact, unfortunately, the impact has been, adverse. There's been harm. There's been injury. There's been fatalities. There's been interruption of services, the economy, the just the natural order of things. The governance part, the navigate this we had a chance to see the local governments respond to the public health crises. The non-LGA chapters, I see, I don't know how to say it, but I see bes onahalan beketsin do bedas onahalan elako to adol at skin shop in bod nishigid abo eko ado the versus the LGA certified chapters AA skin shop atich ado akel kidakwa ananj ido liki ekao ebetlas out elako adot ape not ani nan should nigit a benan yeda hassan adonad nishuto ishi e peso chuito ink adole pe hodo nifgi chuito ink ibetlas. In other words, the ne adole yelkadadol is just right there. They stand ready and they're willing and they're able to respond to the needs of the people, to a great deal. Not everything can be addressed, but a whole lot of things can be through LGH. You can all attest to that, and we certainly can see that and provide testimony to that. Non-LGA, government, central government, if you have chapters that are situated next door, someone's non-LGA and then someone's LGA, two chapters go, the community members, our families, our relatives, even though they're on one side of the service line, there's confusion and there's frustration and so forth. Some of our chapters were able to respond to the needs of constituents from other chapters. I applaud that, and I got a chance to see how that works, and we're grateful for that. As a Navajo Nation government, I think there's a great deal of responsibility on our part to see that, that our ability to respond is more uniform. But the peso na tsudobe has on bahaya adot the neto ape sheet of yan case our community members, our constituents, our voters Jo Dainson dan halang to use a alternative form of government or even becoming a certified LGA. What has with the Resource Development Committee the comments that you made Bansaskis behata istigi what Bansaskis kodija isn't son leading Jililuwa equal chapter equal Tasata okay Sata Shateja Lenish Lolo the Yaki Itza Nasi your data a lebet agi Ayoda Hashkat and so we don't alien I don't understand. Chairman, ya na okaisa. Jono kitinda hoidna ya nigo kitinil ta. Also, robate needs a needs. Adoshana so. Otishnik was a digit up. A atishnik with lot. Everything does you. Eat echo. A co yat echo, not a hill sanigi. Beda hanils and Jono. He can't nature. Egot eight ekota ishin keda hodilzing to a kya honilzing do the teaching that I call chairman and committee members. I would think that this is a good opportunity to start looking at how to address some of these concerns that were given in the form of testimony to the committee. I would say good opportunity to record and jot some of these concerns down and recommendations and start formulating legislation in response to oversight committee legislators. Legislation needs so and I see that in the question like in white house so on the I see the negin in the otherwise oba yakyo ito oba hasn't that oh what you hold out neya yakki or the response and the other code chapters probably kido scout what are a she ikadi jihadi Johnson Johnson Jinan Ako Ado Ben Stegi Ado she Naho Jana Itla Anadis did AFOG NATO LGA AFOG give that word alternative form of government the word alternative igi Adole Dido Dole Dido Kojodo has these tree don't eat what Nigi I think that the form of government that some of our chapters, some of our communities use, those that chose an alternative form, that one day, in the near future, that be the main form of governance, not the alternative, the main form of governance. Joey, I think those that are in the room can show us and prove to us that that's more productive, more progressive, more beneficial. What echo it cannot also go a bit that the ajiko what a fantastic on the committee members. I don't actually they're on the line here. My chief from New Mexico, Mark Freeland, and my little brother, the Ellen Begay. What echo she is but outside has did all the chairman. So back to you. Thank you for allowing me time here.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Nathan Koroshek and Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Elmer. Thanks.
Let me go to RDC first. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Then I shan't lunch break. Elmer Begay sa Tele.
Yeah, Shino. Naz, good morning, though. Good afternoon, yeah. I wrote RDC members, though. I had education. I wrote, yeah, I think it's from the Navajo Nation government employees, nothing, though. Okay. We wanted to ask a question too. I know that this morning that Banata, alternative form of government, though around the certified chapters and all that. We know that DACON chapter has been certified since 2010. They go through audits. And then they are on the they do consistent with the older audits. So right now, at this moment in time, we have a grown community issue on the nothing. We're getting a Dalcom Medical Center, which is in completion of construction. And they're going to have we're going to have staff coming in, and then we're going to have some clients here. We have a shopping center. It's going to be grown. You traffic, and then we have a which is this hospital is going to operate 24/7 underneath elderly, and then we're going to have public safety, which is in construction ready. We're the only project that with public safety and the whole judicial system can be in full capacity of I guess you could call it that justice center. So we're getting a 24/7 So when that happens, I see so right now we've been asking our whole Navajo Nation government, even the economic development, to have some study these things. Even the accident it's not the clinic where the hospital is roundabout let it start growing according to that study that was not. And beforehand, I thought that has been yet nothing. So the government is not really helping us out. We've been based on and we mentioned it. So right now, what my question is going to be is that we're striving for is a PSI, ISP, Internet Service Provider. This chapter can be available then because through the broadband, we had a design-build plan. We're really struggling with NTUA because of the co-location. But we kind of passed by and saying that
So the cost is going up on that side. But I thought that, yeah, the construction of the broadband, with this 5 chapters that we included, which is Dalcon, Tiso, in the Wells Fight Cone, and Greasewood. And then we included the other 2 chapter. That we're going to have a broadband available for rural and remote areas. So even the Arizona Commerce Authority, they seen our plan, and then they said, Navajo Nation government cannot see this. Yet the last mile. This is a very good design. From the Arizona side, they're saying that this is the first design built that you guys that's available within the state of Arizona Indian tribes. That's how we see it. How come the Navajo Nation government cannot? They're not even helping you guys. You are available for. You're eligible for grants. So. But we have to pay $1 million, which is the matching fund. But the only thing we come down, I guess, to come down is that who's going to be providing this service for you. So we got another outstanding, really, that does the whole southwest part of the United States, Loman consultant on internet that they're willing to pay $1 million for us, and then we can teach you how to be a service provider. So we've been telling the DOJ, we've been telling the Navajo Nation Regulatory Department and President's Office, they're coming to be available with us. We're going to be on our own. How do we can help us? That's where DOJ says that you have to go back. The grants and what I heard about what the other chapters are going through. That's what we are going through. How do we do this? I think the chapters are ready. That these community people here are really aggressive to go on. The government is so slow and we cannot do anything. We're going to have to pass this opportunity. So with this ARPA grant, money, we're trying to modify it to where there's going to be this grant is going to be eligible or be available for grants or a matching fund. So we need help. But there's always something that's in so right now we're ready for that. NTIA, National Telecommunication Information Authority Administration, your grants could the government from the United States is going through the third step out of some questionnaires that they send it back to them again. So Arizona, the last thing that we're going to come down is who's going to be the first service providers. They haven't given us authority yet. The DOJ or NTA, we don't want to, but we want competition. We want the best of the internet service, and the southwest part of the reservation needs them for our community. Where's the government? I want to go through that. Who do we talk to? We got a letter from brother attorney, Roderick Begay, He says that we had to go through another legislation. So I don't know how we can do this. I just want to say this, Shina, thanks for allowing me to speak. Rick, Nez, Shina, thank you.
Kidoba Hainjiki, the Kodo Western Agency Local Governance Act. I guess chapters bit is Ahagedo Ben Hika now Gido Lana Danate Nikita Nigo Yen Hitenda Hasna Benda Di Quahot O Nahot Hot Neniki Araba Hainjiki Losatoba Haozi Narich and Lido. In order for economic development to happen, infrastructure is paramount. Infrastructure, a broadband, benade, just at Salabahenzi, Ahodat, Egoshi, Kodo, the arts, Hoshi, Yan, Sikhes, Gogin, Yininan, Hitchin, Kodo, Dida, Sad, Hitchin, they need Quagi, Nahot, it, and hits no days and nails, Ado, Kodo. This afternoon, She Edo Nitigate Ado Kodo Division of Community Development has Ada in the CPMD do Department of Justice Sheets do did not hard or jito unhit do beshmas unnate liniki Johorobe has ani ein hitet has ani edo need edo daure sahoun do need hat ashi don that Nishigi no Roshan and Ayahazi Honorable Vice Chair Walker. A Kodishi out of a yell or artist, Aro Kehabahenzi Gishetsella, Honorable Bigay, Kache Hati A fog, Hat Nenegido LGA up a yell ticket or late. The Corona Hepeshbahas unhasti, no, Twanana Desido, Honorable Aroso Ebikirishi, Nahawidesh as Iron hit Sandahodi, Tinhia, that or Saint Nerona. I think Shanto's buying the lunch here. Are you? So, Tsui, Honorable Aroso, Ara, Naho. Press star 6.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Oshi, so. Yeah, Kodoshaho do Dashin Tabo partners Nele in Aniki certified chapter. I don't that you watch it, you latch it as they became certified, they became local governance chapters or alternative form of government who took the next step from the certificate chapter, a certified chapter. Here I represent a chapter that is an alternative form of government. Alcohol consonant Mr. Keto, President Keto, and our Cuba City Executive Manager. I dashin tabo yara ehidon da shot do yara shoni yahat zi. Alcohol I see bahazinia ade jinas behes ani high landa handadok. And I always tell my chapter, Navajo Nation government, mother government should be consultating the chapters directly. These chapters that are certified, that was supposed to be the purpose of Title 26, the Local Governance Act. I believe somewhere we have to decentralize a lot of the programs that are here in the Window Rock that are duplicating services at the local level. And our chapters had to jump through hoops to try to get Window Rock to release some of basically money. We have the senior citizen building, which is dollars is at the Yaha Sunday. So as my chapters got fed up with it, said, "Banadno, after they want to take care of it, la. Ha'ila lat ismin na koda based on that. When you look at any local governance, such as off the reservation, city, Flagstaff, Gallup, should they fund them directly, and that's how this funding should be to the chapters that are certified and took that step to be a local governance. I echo the same things that are our chapter officials that are saying that they are the first line of sight when it comes to service. They don't come to the tribal programs. They don't come to the delegates. But the chapters get that direct feed directly from the people. Where do we go? That consultation and that information really needs to be put at the chapter level, whether it's through NHA, NTUA, and all these programs. A lot of communities are landlocked due to land withdrawal, big land withdrawals, but they're not utilizing the acreages. Our chapters shouldn't be begging for money once they get certified. Direct funding. How can we help improve the local livelihood of the Navajo citizens? The other is services. We need to really identify what the chapter is really there for. Are they there to assist with hardship, such as electricity payments and to help pay their NTUA bill? A government is supposed to be working on roads, infrastructure, issues dealing with solid waste and things like that. That's a service to the community. So I think we really need to get back to the nitty-gritty of what the chapter's responsibilities are supposed to be. What is the role of government at the local level? I think that's something that we really need to look at as leadership. Title 26 clearly weeds out the council delegates at the chapter level. So they have their own responsibilities. My chapters, we understand that. How can we change Title 26? And I think that it's really, really clear that we really need to get back to the drawing table on how to modernize Title 26 so that it could provide a better, effective way to provide local guidance and local community development at the local level. The community development is supposed to be at the local level, not at the mother government, not in Window Rock. All of those issues they talk about, tourism, all these things. At the local level. For instance, Shanto has a really good area for tourism. Why can't we infuse those tourism dollars into those chapters that are AFOG so that they can enhance their tourism industry? And they can grow that spot there so that they can improve those tourism outfits such as Ojeto. These are not the best. But my chapter president indicated Cuba City County Island is developing. You look at trust land, then just economic development. Just these programs that are supposed to, that we're paying to enhance the economy of the nation. So I see their point. Oh, I appreciate the comments from the chapters, and I appreciate this time. So go on mute.
Okay, Honorable Oroso, Arabahenjigi, the Koro Resources and Development Committee. What are LGA certified chapters by agencies the nego? What are any bit ahagi endeta yena nashigito be bit litigi LGA local nanigigi? We need to put the emphasis back into local governance. Nadlahte what be de need nish didon hanad nashta hot alana danit zendanon hitndadna. Kro belt ego not an RDC yahnazi do bahonitsen do lana nosaniki nehilbehos and Title 26 begin to excel and flourish. Jego belt ego deno sel be on nisto letigishi etat be de nish and the not ani to lead towards a prosperous future. Ye eketo tlasnlahte local level te. Ohne pahnado lges ye na nisto apia da hanyago ye nisto kishi kodo lanan zeno ye in hisinda snegi kodo bekeke behas ani da sahot abadi nestede halan hegat it ahin east Mr. Begay Ado DCD, that do ASC, that Dr. Yellowman, those Ms. Lots of Jim, do East D ni sahot anan hit and tindo lehtan nenigishi. That is a really good recommendation. That's something that is going to be the focus. Shanant I koroya haji enela esto. Data. This will be the focus of our work, Nela. Together, partners no di afog benas nishigi. Hajor hidden snago. Nihegat it ahita besti de behis anin hajor the nod isto sahon dod nish. Benas nisto ada. Jaita kuchashanto though. They provide business site lease. This is what I like about it today. I'm glad that you gave us this fact sheet. I look at it and I think regional transfer stations. I am very proud of you, I really am. You guys have a community event for young people. That shows that you care about your young people to instill in the youth culture and tradition. Hosting the intergenerational conference, Oldo Njonda, to celebrate being a Navajo, bringing together generations for days of learning. Nacharchen ben sikhesto betje bihindo tles nantin. I'm proud of you that you guys are doing this. Shanto government, local government. They're a chapter that issues business site leasing. We see how they want to be let go, unleash. Koroshanan tai yahaji obeked sibet astlona halon. Obeked sibet astlona halon. Deil nishlap ket ot altobe has on his job hadador nilna. Shanto Hotel, that's a good project. Community garden is a good project. Partnerships because this is what we want from all the LGA certified chapters. Not so they had it all what ego. Needs and what are they need niche infrastructure needs and don't I go and here's up a lana eat le to negota. Behas ani the shinsa how I'm just very glad that we're here today. Honorable Daniels, LGA chapters, and this is what you call a leader right here. He cares about the people. He's compassionate about the people. I see not Sahagito Yan Sikis, don't hin Han Sahakis. Di koro RDC what Nahansi Kesi Benina O Abega. We want to hear what we're doing today. I would like for us to take a recess up until, let me see, 12:52, 1:35. Goshin Korendi Kato Kodo DCD do Department of Justice in Kitchen the Hadlet or less. I don't unhit it and hit it out of yet a dorchit. Neither dish kit no son go gota. I don't know. I had lunch night or now saw ya dorchit. We'll come back at 1:35. Let's go on a lunch break. Thank you, everybody, for calling in and call back in at 1:35. Yeah.
hang up and try your
Hello.
Hello? Hello, hello.
Hi, we could hear you, Tonalia chapter. We have not reconvened the committee. Thank you. Please go back on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Yat Lana Koto Yat Koshida or Ya Kache Kanada Hadit Las. We'll go ahead and resume our leadership meeting with our LGA certified chapters and alternative forms of governance chapters. Aro Division of Community Development, ASC office, as well as Department of Justice. Ako Kuroshi Adnasnana or Lespain Kitanda Hasnegi, Apenda Sana Archer. What on hitch and hot it chapters need Linigi do what Allah not on it Zendo did and kins. Past aneka. Kait I got the 80 not on in Ostenigin Hikauche. Bed the deal nish. Dan hit on need on hitch and Haisti. A Koba Kewins and hot ego. Getting the Hasosna. Nihedat is Ahagido, Sai Yat Ehoshibe, the North Nation de Ahait Era, Ohol Nisape, Naha, Ben hit all zinc or share Yahala Nada no Seneki, Korobe has Ani. Legislation saw beta Nahodit, Ida Shinhait Ada Peido, Kitato. A co Keha Arnoldsko. A chair Yaha Hans, Sogota E, Koro, Mr. Roderick Begay. I see that you're on the call. Are you able to provide perhaps a brief presentation? And also perhaps respond to
Yeah,
some
the
of the
chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, Nana, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, honorable delegates, and honorable chapter officials and staff, and everyone else who is on the call and in the meeting today. I listened all morning, and some of you I've worked with for a very long time. I've been with the nation since 2005. So I've known many of you over the years, and I'm calling from home today. So hopefully my connection is going to be continuing, and I won't have any audio problems. But I was listening this morning, and I was just very disappointed in myself. I don't know how many trainings I've done across the Navajo Nation. Too many. I've done too many. And yet, when I was listening this morning, there's a lot of misunderstandings. And I feel like that's my fault. Maybe I need to do more trainings on top of the ones I've already done to teach about Local Governance Act. A few of the presenters this morning said something to the effect that nobody knows what local governance means. I would agree with that. And, some of you have, those of you who have attended my trainings, I give a training that goes back way, way, way back for chapters, how it was created, how it changed over time, and how it was supposed to work, the LGA. And so I had prepared 4 models of amendments. And I thought that's what I was going to talk about today. But it sounds like if I talk about those 4 models today, I feel like it would get even more confusing because there's an underlying confusion about the LGA. And all of you, or some of you who have attended that training that I give on the history of Navajo local governance, one of the things I talk about is in 1995, the Office of Navajo Government Development created a chapter reform idea that would empower all 110 chapters to become townships. And we all know Kiena Township was supposed to be a model for Navajo local governance. And over time, the township, first it was supposed to be a city system, but then it became a township home rule municipality. And those different types of municipal systems, they are very different. If you look at Navajo County, Apache County, Coconino County, they're not set up like the city of Flagstaff or the city of Gallup. So it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges. They are governments, you know, so they're all fruits, but there are different types. You know, that's the analogy I want to make. You can't compare a chapter to the city of Flagstaff or the city of Gallup. You just can't. So in 1995, when they tried to create townships for 110 chapters, the Navajo Nation Council got scared. They didn't want to give too much power to the chapters. They said that's giving away too much authority. That's when the LGA was created. There's a lot of I wonder how many on the call has read the 81 pages, all 81 pages of the Local Governance Act. It was Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-34-98. The entire legislation is law. You know, we can't change it until we amend it. I want to read some excerpts from some exhibits of the LGA. I'm going to do this quickly because I know we have other things to talk about. But if you read Exhibit G, Section 2, the theory and application of the LGA was, Council made it very clear the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. The council is delegating specific and independent authorities to the chapters, is what it's saying. And so that's what I teach in that presentation. Chapters are entities of delegated authority. And so if the council has not delegated an authority to a chapter, then the chapter does not have that authority. DOJ didn't make this law. It was passed in 1998. So I know there was a lot of complaints this morning about what DOJ said, but I mean, all we're doing is applying the law. Also in Exhibit G, there was some complaints this morning about chapters want a different attorney. And guess what happened in 1998? At the same time the LGA was passed, the Attorney General's plan of operation was amended at the same time. Before the LGA, DOJ had to provide legal counsel to all 110 chapters. When the LGA was passed, it authorized LGA certified chapters to hire their own legal counsel. And so I want to make that clear. And since that time, some chapters have done that. But over time, a lot of those chapters, they begin to realize that paying an outside attorney $250 an hour to learn about Navajo local governance becomes very expensive. But the door is there. If you want to hire your own attorney and you're LGA certified, you can do that. My only advice would be, if you're going to hire an attorney, use an attorney contract. Don't use the professional services contract. And if you want a template, I have them, because I've been helping chapters get their own attorneys for many years now. So I wanted to get that, a couple of those things squared away. Another thing I wanted to mention, this morning, there was talks about the budget instructions manual. And that is, we have a budget instructions manual for many reasons, but it's the Navajo Nation Council that appropriates the chapters. And so, the mandate for chapters to follow their 5 management system includes strings attached to that money. And the BIM is one of those strings. So if chapters don't like how the BIM is written, you have the power to go to your council delegate and see how that BIM can be amended. We've been trying to streamline, and we've been really working on what the BIM says. If you compare the BIM from 2018 to now, I think we've made progress, but there are as many proponents as there is for local autonomy, there is just as many opposition. So again, I think that if you really want change, you need to get with your leadership in order to effectuate that change. That leads to the Dunn situation. the drafters of the LGA, and I teach this in my other presentation, the drafters of the LGA had an idea that chapters can work towards LGA certification, but there's no guidance after that. Like, how does a chapter apply for their own DUNS in order to apply for a grant? You know, how does that actually work? There's no guidance. You're not going to find it in the LGA. So it's left up to Window Rock, myself, ECD, Auditor General, and the other programs, the departments, to come up with a system to implement those laws that didn't give any guidance. Our prior leaders did not give guidance. And so that's why we have the 2007 amendment that never became law, Title 26, for the standard 5 management system. It never became law, but yet we have many chapters who adopted the 2007 template 5 management system. And then that template was updated in 2010. So if you look at the original first five chapters, Nutfield, Steamboat, Shanto, Tuba City, Newcomb, if you look at their 5 management system, they created that themselves because that's what the LGA was supposed to do. The chapter and the community was supposed to create their own 5 management system. And that's what they did. But when not enough chapters were becoming LGA certified, Navajo Nation leadership in 2006 told us to streamline the LGA certification process. I know because I was there. We used Sheep Springs 5 management system in order to come up with a template. And that template looks a lot like the 5 management system we have today. So if you look at the fiscal policies, it's very vague. If it was like, this is the fiscal system that we think is required at the chapter level. If you look at the personnel, all there is the personnel policies. What about a classification plan? Some chapters are giving themselves raises and bonuses without a classification plan. And I think Delegate Stewart was talking about that earlier this morning. And that's law. Behazani, the chapter said, I'm going to follow these laws. And so that's what sometimes gets chapters into trouble when they get an audit. So the auditor is looking for, okay, you said you're going to, develop a fund management plan for this account. Where is it? For procurement, some chapters only solicit 2 quotes. Their 5 management system says 3, but yet they just continue to go and move forward, or they only solicit 1 quote and they don't justify it according to their rules that says, I'm going to create a sole source justification memo. That's what their rules say, but that's not happening. So I'm going out there I have provided separate trainings for LGA certified chapters, especially on procurement, because their procurement system can be different. But I've also provided procurement training to both types of chapters, which makes those sessions long because there are different rules. The non-government certified chapters, they need to follow the Navajo Nation system. So that's important to understand. The CHSN, the CHSN funds, there's a law. Again, I don't know how many of you have read 81 pages of the Local Governance Act, or even just the LGA itself without the exhibits. But under Section 103D 5 through 7, there are certain types of contracts that require approval from the Nabakia Committee. DOJ didn't require it. It is what the law says that has awning. So when I issue a memo explaining that this is what the law is, I'm trying to provide guidance for the chapter to follow the law. I'm not trying to be a speed bump in the road or to shut the door on the chapter's project. Part of my duty is to ensure that the chapter is following the law. So I wanted to also respond to some of the comments that were said this morning about that. Why don't chapters have housing like the Kerrigan Estates? That's also based on law. The Kerrigan Estates, the land underneath those houses is fee land. Most of the Navajo Nation is trust land. So there are different sets of laws that apply. So that's why you can't have a Kerrigan Estate on trust land. So that's the reason for that. There was a comment about home site leasing authority. And in order to have home site leasing authority, the law, not DOJ, the law says that there has to be uniform rules and regulations promulgated by the Resources Committee and the Economic Development Committee. So basically, it's the Resources and Development Committee. They have to promulgate those rules, those uniform rules. And there's uniform rules already for business site leasing. And so I think some chapters have to go through, again, another set of Behazani in order to attain that for business site leases. Again, for home site leases, there is no uniform rules yet. And so I think that has to happen before LGA certified chapters can start issuing their own home site leases. So it's already within the law itself. So there doesn't really have to be any amendments to that. There just needs to be uniform rules created. There was a comment that ASC today has more control than the LGSC. I've lived through the LGSC period. I disagree. LGSC had a whole lot more authority over chapters, and that's why, that's why they were extinguished through the whole decentralization project. And so, I think that some of the guidance that I've been giving over the years, I'm really hoping, I really don't talk like an attorney. And there's a reason for that, because if I use big words and I use legalese, it has a tendency to be misinterpreted or misapplied. And so I wanted to point that out, because there's some statements that some commenters this morning said that I said, but I didn't say that. And so, I encourage everyone to, if you don't understand what I'm saying in my memo and my email, please talk to me before you go on a public meeting like this and insult me. I'm here to help chapters. I came up with 4 models. There's one model, or actually 2 models, that give a whole lot of authority back to chapters. And then there's the other extreme. There is one model that really still makes progress, but there's still some limitations to try to keep the spirit of the LGA alive, and because it's our leadership 24 years ago that said, chapters, we're only going to give you a limited amount of delegated authority. Yes, the LGA says that they're going to recognize governance at the local level. But you have to put that in context. Context is always important. You can't just read one sentence out of the whole LGA. You have to look at all 81 pages and say that's what they meant by that one statement, that chapters, the LGA is going to allow chapters to make decisions over local matters. Yes, it does, through the FMS, through delegated authorities in Section 103 of Title 26. And Mr. Chair, there's just so much to say, because the LGA says separation of powers and checks and balances, but yet we're not practicing that at the chapter level today. I did this same presentation to Delegate Nathaniel Brown's chapters 2 weeks ago. And when I gave that, it enlightened a lot of those that were in attendance. And the point I was trying to make is the LGA has changed in 24 years. There have been a lot of authorities given to chapters without an amendment to the LGA. The 4 models that I created, all 4 of them, it is progressive. You can either adopt a model that how we're acting today, or you can go a little bit more and give more authority to chapters and just completely bypass or empower chapters, just like the LGA says. You can't say separation of powers and checks and balances, but then have chapter officials supervise the executive. AFOGs have appointed executives. If you look at the 5 management system for personnel, there's no section in there for appointed personnel at the chapter level. And since we've created the chapter unit in 2019, I've worked very hard to try to create a 5 management system that includes AFOGs, that includes the different types of local government systems, local municipalities. You can't compare the city of Gallup even to the city of Flagstaff. They're just, even though they're both cities, they're both different. You can't compare Tuba City to Tonalea. They're just, or not Dutchville to Steamboat. They're all different. The original intent of the LGA was for chapters to create their own local municipality. But over time, it's turned into a cookie cutter. Everybody has the same 5 management system. Everybody has the same laws and the way of doing things. TCDC has passed the Housing Discretionary Fund template, PEP fund template. The BIM creates a universal fiscal policy for certain funds that chapters receive by the Navajo Nation. Earlier today, there was a comment about, why for AFOGs, they can have up to 10 elected officials. I don't think a lot of people know that. That's why every fiscal year, some chapters officials are left without a stipend. The other thing too is the LGA was supposed to make chapters self-sufficient, but there are a lot of strings within the LGA that we do need to amend out. In all of the amendments, all 4 models that I created, I took out the Nabakia to get committee approval step. I just think that the LGA also needs an overhaul in a sense that we do need to give more guidance to chapters. For instance, earlier I talked about, classification plans. Chapters are expected to have their own CPMD, their own HR, their own OOC, their own OMB, and yet they're only given to funding for 2 employees. They have to manage fiscal. Who manages fiscal for the Navajo Nation? OMB and OOC. Personnel is another 5 management system. Who manages that for the nation? HR, DPM. Procurement, who manages that? Every single program has their own procurement. And what about property management is another 5 management system. We have our own property department. What about records management? We have our own records department. Yet chapters don't get employees for each of those tasks. So it, you know, so I hope this, you know, this is opening up a big discussion, and we're talking about everything under the sun, it seems like today. And I was looking up as you got the comments are coming in. The Navajo Nation, if we were a state of the United States, we would be the 44th largest state, just behind West Virginia. A lot of times we're compared to the size of the state of West Virginia, roughly 27,000 square miles. Let's think about that. 27,000 square miles. That's how big the Navajo Nation is. How many employees, government employees, do we have for 27,000 square miles? Less than 10,000. How much does the state of West Virginia have? They have well over 100,000 for the same landmass. And so, you know, and we can't compare the Navajo Nation to the state of West Virginia. We're just set up differently. So please understand that. You know, a lot of attorneys, they become specialized in tort law or, personal injury, tax law. I've looked at municipal governments now for many, many years. I've studied them, and I've seen how different they are across the 50 United States. So I'm trying to share that and teach that to whoever's willing to listen. And I live here. You know, I'm not an attorney who lives off the Navajo Nation and then drives in. I'm from Tele, Cottonwood Chapter. That's where I live. That's where I'm calling from today. I commute to Window Rock before the pandemic, 5 days a week. Now I try to do that 3 times a week during the pandemic. The point is, I'm not from somewhere else. I'm from here. Shemaya, a chapter president, Linda, she had so much ambition and wanted to help. And yet I would tell her about the limitations of the LGA. And so if everyone who speaks on this is really serious about giving local empowerment back to the community, I challenge you. Look at the Office of Navajo Government Development's 1995 proposal. Is the Navajo Nation ready to give that to 110 communities? If it is, then we can help facilitate that. In the meantime, we have to work with the LGA and what it says. And the 4 models that I created, it's progressive. Chapters are not limited to just alternative forms of government. If you look at section 103E as in Edward and number 7, the RDC, and you know how TCDC created a model for the AFOGs? It created 3 models for the AFOGs. Well, under number 7 here, RDC can create municipal forms of government that chapters can adopt. We have not done that. So some chapters this morning said, can we create a city or a township? Yes. We just need to create those models under the existing law as we know today. So I just wanted to just share just some brief information. I don't want to take up all of my time because I can easily talk for days about this. I work with LGA on a daily basis. I interact with numerous chapters on a daily basis. I'm way behind on work. I apologize to those chapters that have been asking for requests for legal services, but I'm sure they wanted their answers 2 months ago. But here I am, and but we are overworked. We have 3 attorneys for 110 chapters. Look at the county. Look at each county. They have their own attorney. Look at each city and town. They have their own attorney. Who's going to pay for 110 attorneys across the Navajo Nation? The council, the Navajo Nation, central government. At the at what rate? $250 an hour. I don't make $250 an hour. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm here because I said when I got my degree, I would finish it and come back and work for my people. So please don't say or insinuate that I'm not working for the local people. I am the local people. I've lived without running water. I've herd sheep. I've lived a hard life, and I want my community to have those things. So with that, Mr. Chair, again, I could go on for days, but I just wanted to just provide that. If you want to talk for me to talk about the models, I can do that as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Begay, for your presentation. Ado, did you all receive the presentation? Then, yeah, Mr. Cobb. It'll be sent out to all of you. Okay.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to thank RDC for putting on, also Mr. Begay for your response. One of the things that caught my interest is you had said that the chapters or the LGBT chapters were given delegation of authority. And I guess that's limited in I guess legal terms. In terms of speaking on that level, our council delegates are also delegates with retractable offices and authority. So is it possible that maybe we reword that to attribution or something like that as authority? Do you think that would be a way to go?
Mr. Begay, did you hear the question?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. There's a lot of possibilities, and I think that we all know that the LGA is not being followed right now. The original intent of the LGA is lost. So again, I think if we want to move more progressively, we can use the existing LGA and change some of the wording to explain some of the language that's in there. Because again, you have what it says in the LGA, but then you have 81 pages worth of other language that seems contradictory to this idea that we're going to give a lot of power back to the local government. So I'm willing to listen, and I'm willing to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Begay. Any other questions, comments?
Just a quick question here. Mr. Begay, this is Gerald Keitzel from Cuba City. We all sat here and listened to you, what you had to say. I think a lot of the misunderstanding, and I hope that I'm wrong in saying that, what you seem to be saying is that the misunderstanding is here at the chapter level. Like I shared with the chair here, a lot of the issues that we have here at the chapter level is with the people, the departments that are employed by the Navajo Nation and Winderock. It seems like they really don't have answers to the questions that we have whenever we come into a bind on anything. We're being told to go up to an office and ask. And then when we go up there, we're being told again from there, you're certified. We don't have answers for you. You're on your own. So a lot of the misunderstanding is the people that are employed with the Navajo Nation not knowing exactly what certified and non-certified is. And I think a lot of us here at the chapter level, we sort of understand exactly what the act is about and how we should go about and work with it and working with the community there. So that's basically a lot of the concerns that we have here at the chapter level. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Begay.
Mr. Begay?
Mr. Begay, I have a question as well. This is Joanne Yazi-Pirchi of the Chi chapter. Interesting that you talked about how LGA chapters can have up to 10 elected officials per LGA chapters. With these, well, I'm just kind of thinking that with these elected officials consist of the planning and zoning or club C committee, or is this like the president, vice president, secretary, and the grazing officials? That is just a question, curiosity question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Begay?
Yeah, Nana. Regarding the question about, here's an interesting nugget of information. Before the LGA was passed, grazing officials were included in the definition of chapter officials. I don't have record of the reason why they were removed from that definition when the LGA was passed. But that's something that's somewhat relevant to the question. But as you know, Chapter President Yazi-Pirchi, the LGA says, vaguely says, it's the chapter president who recommends the creation of a chapter subcommittee. A chapter subcommittee is a Club C. It is a housing discretionary fund committee or scholarship committee or any of the other committees that I've seen in the years of I've been working with chapters. Those are subcommittees. And the law says it's the chapter president that recommends it. And it's the chapter membership through a chapter meeting that confirms the creation of it. In that same law, it says that chapter presidents will recommend the appointment of those members to those subcommittees. So the chapter president recommends, and then it's the chapter membership through a duly approved chapter meeting who confirms those appointments. However, over the 24 years, some chapters have created plans of operation for their committees where they create selection committees. And so we've supported, even though the law says it's a chapter president, you know, as long as the people have approved that plan of operation to further redelegate what was authorized or delegated to the chapter president, you know, we've supported that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr.
Unfortunately,
Begay, for that question. Your response, we appreciate it. And also, Kudos, chapter officials and commissioners from the AFO Gigia. I think we need to step back a little bit and have that training for LGA certified chapters. Let's look at how the process of LGA certification began. Moving forward, because when my chapter was the 5th chapter to be certified LGA, they received 160,000 appropriated to them to hire an attorney, to hire a planner. And basically, when it was appropriated, I understand that was for a certain use. And today, my chapter still has some of that money, but it's restricted to only using it to grow the LGA chapter. Afterwards, some of these chapters that were certified, they weren't given any grants of 160,000. So if we were to get everybody back in order, attorney hire in need. And review if indeed and source, whether it's an ordinance, a contract, and what it is that the local chapter wants to do to grow and generate revenue. Just like Koro business site leasing, and chapters perhaps can start from that, but to do it with legal assistance. And I think this is going to be the work of RDC now, is to go back and say, okay, this is the information we got from chapters, LGA chapters, AFOG chapters, though, and need to go under deal nesto behte deep papo net zanit oh yeah the dot nishiki. We can have that discussion too. So ere hot edo leto sash naidos kid. Somebody wanted to speak. Anybody else? Attenish. If not, we'll give the floor over to Dr. Yellowman. Kuroshina Huido As. Do and Hilchina Hudi Asti the chapter Aja. DCD do ASC chapters isn't that Nishigibik Ekoko. So Dr. Yellowman, you have the floor. Before you begin, let me give the time over to Elizabeth.
Good afternoon. Okay, no. Apinda adon hit question la. Here question agi are RDC do are isinot agi. At such a ya Elizabeth Whitethorn Benelli da shijin. Apinda shiji besan nala. What ashi what ahaya ato so ji da nile. Ishiban tis case of benina. Nadish kido let quaggy. Ja has ila a codide I see article nadish kido lensen. A large ye yardi niki a fog ye could shot toro. A que dilt ego a ya point iliago. Halet our AD stipends, which is a lot ola. That's our main question. AD and re bimbi hitgo a dohada bakada. CLUPC de yana kigo. Basso. A corjo a hot a hatne. Aroti a honegi ya jo a fog the schneddy stipends which in hadiedo legi. Fantendo chendeli. Ahone bahas arolesh. Nizo. A are o nije nahalie. Jo a LGA funds. Aro personnel do dide nas IC hato lo hat no dide OMP do administration do a banda has aro les hat nene kwaige CPMD do property do management do records. A at the soyit ana kinit a Kadi administrative assistant doshe. Aro PEP a kone kad howadin la the asa office ya hadian sata. On budget 10 days, 20 days. So the hanadlo aro sa hire na nese. Chapter maintenance and the what a PEP de ya ajide pesos and a codide ashlao. Personnel in Jonadi the manager la, administrative assistant la, office specialist la, the chapter maintenance la, auto the planner. A quain Jonagoi was for a chapter. Additionally, the PEP though hired that you spend more time trying to train people. Auto Jenna Nana o Corona we're going to train this person to inspire them to go out to get more training in any field they want. Do what era what era se budgets and I don't did the assets. I see the chapters need the assets there. Allah did audit assets and yet then did case gonna need the office to office need all the nation property now Bini Johod now. Jordan in leisure buildings H and she Shanto chapter property number because and this so no one hit kid. Although I took the opportunity to ask. Keep in mind this Kirigi is it Navajo Nation property? Josena a official and Shina Edoya the Hadneta. A call. She asked that the isn't a call. Not this kid. Isn't this Navajo Nation property? That means that Navajo Nation covers them with insurance. We just keep a list of it. You provide insurance for it. Therefore, every chapter, that's where they fail on audits, assets. We're trying to procure an appraiser. COVID-19 given so the other besanti law Navajo Nation done the cut. I don't want to but not alien. I call appraiser, but the yeah. Other the Navajo Nation policies and procedures. Jotida on higi nido episode 2010 yet hitla. See, he knows, case of he's not in show. I don't know, because you got the hello, no, yeah, could it, I don't, I carry, yeah, did the audit findings, did here chapter G, according to your FMS, you don't need the it's audit. You learn where you need to improve. You learn what to do. So, yeah, Nagaja, Tanapas, Dutch Elwood, Dolish. Ya, but donut, hit ya, at all, Nisto, hit on our sauce, can not on the show. Deep on it, neat out, ya, hit out, could on Nasa, Nisto. Could ya, could all. Halit adol nish eshe benaidish kidolish. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Karo Pachenji Alke Do Are Nahot Igi. We understand that your chapter is very responsible too. Arodide no Kedigi. So we will kind of know also how many of the LGA chapters experience the same as far as when the chapters are being audited, that the assets becoming but at this time, we'll give the floor over to Dr. Yellowman.
Good afternoon. Solana, you have good afternoon.
We can't hear.
Okay, how about now? Acha.
That's better. Thank you.
It's Jim Martin. Thank you. Delegate Daniels and Delegate Wilson Stewart Yate, and then I see some members from 24th Navajo Nation Council on the call as well. Delegate Callan Begay, Delegate Elmer Begay, Delegate Crotty, and maybe there's more. Yate. And then to our chapter officials who are here, good afternoon. It's nice to see you here. And then last night, enjoying the amenities. Good to see you here. And to the staff, thank you. Chair, I have quite a bit to respond back to, and I do hope that I have the time. So, and I also hope that
Chairman Nez, I'm sorry, but we cannot hear on the phone.
I think this is louder, so hold this ice cream. Tastes good.
I can tell what you had for lunch now. Just kidding. How about now? Is that better? Okay. So it was good for me to sit here and listen and to hear quite a bit. And I want to be able to respond to that. I also want to comment on what I learned from my working relationship with RDC. And I really appreciate the leadership of RDC. They often point back to keeping this solution focused, making sure that we come with real solutions, and making sure that we present a professional way of communicating. And I rely on RDC to keep us in line with that. So I always appreciate that. I also have spent now going on my 4th year. I wake up every morning and I think I'm just glad we made it to year 4. And I'm thankful for that, because I'm going to talk about COVID for a little bit. And it has worn us out, but I'll get to that in a second. So by saying that, I learned how to work with RDC. I learned what is the expectation of me working with RDC. And it's important that you understand my relationship, or my working relationship, working for the president, and then having RDC as my oversight. And then I work directly with over 300 elected officials. I don't know, maybe except for Mr. Robert Black here, any other division director that engages with that many elected officials. Not just chapter officials, but farm board, Benanta, the grazing officials, and then most recently school officials, school board officials. That's a lot of personalities to learn. It's a lot of personalities and behaviors to adapt to and adjust to. So I have to really study people, study RDC. And so I lean on RDC to keep things in focus and to put up boundaries for good discussion. So with that being said, I learned from one of the chapters, was my very first agency council meeting. It happened to be an Eastern agency from a Yambato chapter. And she said, she always start with the good things first. She said, there's good chapters out there. And that immediately turned my perspective on how I start to look at chapters. So there are really good chapters out there. There's really great leaders out there. And I have a lot of respect for our 3-branch government. And I have a lot of respect for the role of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. They're intricately woven together. And I'm very fortunate to have been feel like I've been dropped in Window Rock, and just to act on and be a student here. So I have a lot of respect for the three-branch government. I have a lot of respect for our leaders. And I have a lot of respect for the leadership positions. I want to start with, Chair, that I grew up in Tuba City. I went to school there, and I'm a product of Tuba City. I'm a product of their summer youth employment programs. And I'm a product of ODY. We used to have a community center, and I used to play basketball there every day. And I reside in Tuba City, South Tuba, Monavi Street. And it's important too, because there was a comment made earlier that I'll touch upon a little bit later. But I left Tuba City to play basketball. I was very fortunate to play sports. And I moved to Montana. I lived in Montana for 25 years. And I raised three kids up there. And this is important because when I lived in Montana, I always would see Navajo Nation from way far away. It's a little over 1,300 miles from here. And I always saw Navajo Nation as one unified body. Then I would imagine that other tribes would look at Navajo and say, wow, they're such a big, powerful nation. They're so big, they're like one. And then I came home. We don't act as one. We are so divided on many things internally. And it makes me a little bit sad. Because I feel sometimes that DCD, we're holding hands with the legislative branch, and then we're holding hands with the executive branch, and then we're trying to hold hands with the chapters, and we're trying to keep everyone together. And so that gets tiring. It wears us out. So I realize we're not the one unified body that maybe other people can see way far away. That really internally we can really chip away at each other. So I want to share that. I also want to share, Chair, that the last 2 years have not been normal. When we first started in 2019, we had such a robust agenda to move forward. And we were so excited. It was such an eager plan to get moving on stuff. And then Friday, March 13th, we met at Division of Natural Resource Conference Room. And there was a decision made by our leaders to move into emergency declaration. And then we went into COVID mitigation. In 3 weeks, it will be exactly 2 years. And I say it's not normal because we have been operating under a public health order since that time. And also during that time, we have woven in and out of different legislations that have impacted the 110 chapters. And because of those legislations, I have seen some of the most vulnerable chapters excel, and some have really struggled. And it makes me understand how vulnerable some of our chapter governance is. Because all those legislations that were made during the pandemic impacted how you all met or how you all interacted at the chapter level. And there was no other way of exemplifying how vulnerable our chapters were. That being said, I also was able to see how many chapters were out there. Who was out there? Which people were out there? There were people out there who were delivering food and who were delivering water, who were delivering toilet paper, hand sanitizers, wipes, PPEs. And I commend all of those people because some of those people had no choice. They went immediately into saving their community. They did not put their back at denying, or they did not put their back to helping save their community. They took it upon themselves and took upon that opportunity to help save their own community. There were some people who were absent, though. There were some leaders who were completely absent. There were some elected officials who were not in sight, but had a lot to say about the people who were out there. And that doesn't sit well with me to this day. Because we were part of the teams that helped verify all of those chapter officials, chapter staff, the pods, the point of distribution. We established points of distribution as to how things were going to get out to the community. So we had to know who was out there. And those were the people who took on the opportunity to help mitigate in their community. And there's maybe listeners on the call here. And maybe there's listeners far out who have a lot to say on social media. They're always welcome to come home and help if they have a complaint. They're always welcome. They're always welcome to pick up a shovel and help dig somewhere. They're always welcome to pick up a box and help deliver it to somebody. We had so many complainers. Anyway, I'll drink somebody's water here. That wasn't on my notes. That part was free. Anyway, I was very fortunate to grow up in a family with leadership and elected officials. And without getting personal, my mother was a local leader and put the trash dump first. And thank you. And I know how much our elected leaders care for stuff. I really do. There's times when I want to go to council. And there's times when we're really being attacked. And I want to say, have you been on a call where somebody is crying for a roof? Have you been sent pictures of a mother holding a flashlight while her son does his homework in a tent? I have. Many of you have. So we're really put in these positions because we really do see the most hardest living conditions of our people. And it's really hard. It's really hard because during the pandemic, many of us were able to go home and wash our hands. Many of us were able to put medicine in a refrigerator. And I learned from IHS that you need an average of more than 5 gallons of water a day to help mitigate COVID. So you could wash your hands and just sanitize, basic sanitation. And many of our people do not have that luxury of 5 gallons a day just to wash their hands. So a lot of these things surfaced. But that being said, I value the elected officials who really have on their sleeve their heart, because you can see it, you can feel it, and you can hear it. I do work with elected officials who just stomp their feet and really do not provide any constructive solution. I've been called a liar. I've been told to my own chapter, this is my own chapter. I've been told that I don't trust my own chapter by my own delegate. I've been called a post-hole digger by a delegate. Post-hole digger, PhD, wasn't funny. I've been called that I'm asleep at the wheel. So you really start to get the landscape of leadership out there. And my point is I value good leadership. And a lot of our communities have been built on good leadership. Progress happens with good leadership. And there's so many elected officials who come and they say, can I sit down? Can I talk with you? I want to solve this. And that happens really nice when solutions get solved that way. It's really neat. There's times when a legislation gets made, a law gets passed, people are there to help implement it, and the people feel the benefits of it. Those are really nice times when that happens. But that doesn't always happen, because there's different scenarios that happen. I do want to touch on something really, really quickly. I was coming here in anticipation to hear about the history of AFOG. I was coming here to be a further student of that. I was coming here to learn about the pros and cons, the strengths and weaknesses of this. I learned that every 110 chapters have a birth story. That word is in Rod Begay's presentation, the birth of the chapters. Every chapter has a story of their own birth. I was hoping to hear some of that. I was hoping to hear some of the philosophies of governance. Sadly, I did hear a lot of concern about technical assistance, about ARPA. And those, you all have access to my time, my cell phone number, everything. So those things we can work out. Chair, I just want to touch on a few things here. I'm learning that there's a role for central government. There's a purpose for central government, and then there's a purpose for local government. And And it is true. Many of what was said here today, I concur. There's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of things that need to be changed. I don't like the way we do timesheets. I don't like the way we clock in and out. I don't like the way we have to submit the 164. I think it's the stupidest thing we've ever seen. I've never seen anything like that. I'm so embarrassed of our procurement system. I cannot believe at the chapter level we can't buy a box of oranges because of where one chapter is located. They either have to go to like Utah or somewhere. They have to do 3 quote. And I plead with leadership that as one of the largest nations in the country, we have the poorest buying power. And that's so debilitating to us as a nation. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen how complicated our NABOA system is. It puts us in mud. I agree on so many things. But I ask that we learn how to work together on those things. The other thing is, so there's a difference, there's a role for central government and local government. And the challenges that we see, the challenges that were brought up today should be different for a certified chapter and a non-certified chapters. And some of the challenges are very similar. I mean, that's worthy to look into. Because I ask, what's the difference between being a certified and non-certified? Mr. Begay said post 2010, 16, there was more of a concentrated, streamlined effort to treat all 110 chapters the same. But that's what I came here to learn. How do we honor the difference between a certified and non-certified chapter? Right now, as it is, when we work with our budget forms or we're getting ready to prepare for summer youth, we treat them all the same. It should be different. I agree. AIF should have been different. I agree. So there's things that need to be unraveled. And that's what I was hoping to hear. I was hoping to hear where and when these things should have been unraveled. There's some points of our laws that I think about. I mentioned I have 3 young kids. We lived in Polson, Montana for many years, and there's a lot of running creeks and water all over. And one of the things that the kids have to learn when they live up there is they have to learn how to test the water before they cross it during the winter time to make sure that it's fully solid. And I think about some of these laws, especially AIF, because when you read these laws, they always refer back to this law, this resolution, and this resolution. And all of those resolutions is like stacked ice on top of each other. And underneath is the water. And the local governance is the water trying to move down the stream. But we have all these laws stacked on top of each other. And just to understand AIF today, you have to read 4 or 5 different laws to understand what you're trying to implement. Almost said different word. Implement. It's very frustrating. I've just never seen anything like that. So that brings me to my next point. It's really important as chapter leaders and chapter staff that you read these laws. And with all due respect, because my brother was a chapter official last term, I can tell when these things are not being. Whoops, my mic got purposely cut off there. Just kidding. I'll end soon here. It's a tremendous amount of information to take on because I really had to dedicate the majority of my time in Windrock to reading the laws. One, because I'm the responsible entity for them. And two, I'm the one who has to implement them. And I can tell when our chapter and chapter leaders are not keeping up with those laws. I can tell because of the questions you ask. And like Rod said, I feel bad. He said, I feel bad. We over this. We this presentation to you. You signed in on this date. You were there. You got a copy of it. Just the other day, I had to email another chapter official. Here's the law. Section 4, page 5 of 11 in the 3-quorum legislation says this. Please read it. You have to follow the law. We have to facilitate it. I don't make the law, but we help change the law. And I'm so thankful that we have a body of leaders right here who are willing to help us change the law so we can help chip away at that ice. That's how I'm learning to work with RDC more and more. We have staff on the call working and taking notes, and there was a lot of questions about the BIM. There was questions about the wind system. We can flesh those out because it really lends more to DCD needing to have chapter operations meetings and technical assistance meetings. I think that might be helpful. And a lot of it is more technical. So I will be asking ASC and our chapter unit to help design something just for certified chapter AFOG. There was a lot of concern or some questions brought up about chapter stipends. We've presented and had several work sessions with RDC on chapter stipends. There were several options. I believe there was 5 options that we presented to RDC, and we had agreed on one of those options being the best option. And we're looking forward to that being championed or sponsored by Chair Henio and members of RDC to make chapter stipend a fixed cost. But there's details in there that need to be addressed. Traditionally or in the past, the chapter stipend number was just treated as the traditional president, vice president, secretary, treasurer across the board for 110 chapters. And that's not what we have. We have the traditional chapter, vice president, secretary, treasurer. We have AFOG, we have commissioners. Better calculations needed to be presented, and those have been done, and we are looking forward to that legislation being drafted and dropped. The other is the chapter unit did not exist. Maybe Rod can speak to this a little bit more, but one of the goals of having the chapter unit when we started in 2019 was to help decrease the request for services to DOJ. Prior to when I came here in 2019, we only had one EDCU attorney. And I'm happy to report now that we have 6 attorneys assigned to us. We have Rod Begay, and I just have to give so much credit to Mr. Begay because having somebody study the law and Navajo Nation law is so rare. It's just so rare that if you have grandchildren, please encourage them to go to law school and study Navajo government because it's so rare that we have very few people who study Navajo government. And for him to graciously dedicate his life to understanding the Navajo law is really impressive. So we have Rod Begay, and then he has two other candidate attorneys that he's grooming, so to speak, to help build our chapter unit. And then we have the EDCU attorney. And in our EDCU attorney for capital outlay, we have 3 attorneys there. That we didn't have that before. And every Friday, meet with the attorneys. Someone mentioned here a contract, just give us our money. These contracts are so difficult to work with. And I understand the frustrations, but it's important that we get them right because it can really put the nation in liability to all of these capital outlay projects. I'm just going to touch on 2 more things, Chair, and then I'll be done. One is I'll touch on capital outlay, and if time permits, I know we have a focus here, but it was across the board, just some updates on ARPA. So Chair, if time permits, I can give a quick ARPA update later. Before the day ends, I can offer that. But prior to 2018, there was citizen projects under CAP 35-18 with the 100 million that went to the chapters. Under CAP 35-18, there was a little over 149 projects in that total. Outside of that, there were some projects that New Mexico chapters collaborate with and Utah chapters. During that time, we had less than 250 projects in CPMD. In 2019, we had an influx of capital outlay projects. We had House Bill 285, and then so forth every year with New Mexico capital outlay. This is important because there's a difference, and I say this respectfully. The chapters in New Mexico have a direct relationship with their state representatives and their state senators. They lobby during a specific time of the year, and they prepare through their New Mexico capital outlay how they're going to present their project requests to their state representatives and state leaders, and then attend the legislative session. They started preparing, New Mexico chapter started preparing last November. They prepared November and December. They started to prepare their top Navajo Nation and New Mexico ICIP listings. They presented that the second week in January to the legislative session in New Mexico, and this week it was confirmed that 14 million was appropriated to New Mexico chapters. They know how to prepare those projects, and they know how to communicate that with their state leader. We don't have that same highway here that they do. I can see that there's a need here to help elevate that process here. We have delegation from Arizona that go to our state representatives here, and they advocate for infrastructure need, but not at the level and coordinated effort as New Mexico chapters. we are at a disadvantage as far as what we know how to prepare on that. And that does come up. You can tell. You can tell on project management. So there's a lot that we need to learn on this side too. I say this on I'm from here, this side. But there's a lot to learn on the Arizona side. And I say that respectfully because I have to look for the resources to help implement that teaching process and help elevate our ability to be aggressive in going after infrastructure projects. So I learned a lot from the New Mexico chapters, and there's a lot we need to learn to help improve our system here on this side. The other thing is, so 2019, we have more projects. We also facilitated the CARES Act. Out of the 714 million of the CARES Act, DCD, we were responsible for 182 million. That's about 25% of the CARES Act funds. And that was during on and off government closures and shutdowns. And then this year with the ARPA, it's looking like we have been facilitating a lot of the conversations and communication with the chapters on the project listings. In total, since 2019, we have facilitated and received over 500 projects. And we have less than 20 staff at CPMD. In a typical private company or a private entity in Albuquerque or Phoenix, managing close to $1 billion in infrastructure, they would have maybe more than 100 staff. They would have floors dedicated to printing, plotters, engineers, vehicles. We're doing that on a staff of 20. And I'm going to ask respectfully that you treat our staff good. I cannot afford to lose any staff. We had several staff retire September 30th of this year. And it's like they took with them a whole library of knowledge with them. And now we have to educate people to come back and work for the Navajo Nation. And I don't always ask when people apply for jobs at the Navajo Nation, what was your background? Are you educated in this? I just say, can you withstand the pressure you're going to get working at DCD? That's like the #1 criteria. I bless your heart if you went to college, but can you handle the chapter officials? Because that's what you need to work here. So be nice to our staff. We just cannot lose any more staff. You can't either. You cannot afford to lose staff. You need them. And for some reason, there's some kind of shortage going around. People are not working right now or not trying to work. This is my last one, I promise here, Chair. There's a thing that I recently did some work for IHS not too long ago, and there's a form that when you write for grants in IHS, it's called I wrote it down here. It's called a public burden, and this public burden is the time estimated that it takes to gather information, to gather documents, and the time needed to present your information. And I was really thinking about that term, public burden. And I think at ASC, DCD, we spend about 50% of our time dealing with conflicts. And out of 110 chapters, there may be 20 chapters in deep conflict, and 20 chapters can take more than half of our time, and it's exhausting. There's a matrix of conflict. I'll show you. There's staff on staff. That's one. There's chapter official on staff. That's two. There's chapter official on chapter official. That's three. There's delegate on chapter official. That's four. There's chapter official and chapter building, chapter entity, and community. That's five. There's five, and probably more than five that really exist out there. 5 types of conflicts that are very time consuming. They're not a waste of time, but it's really important that as elected officials and staff members, you know how to handle conflict. And sadly, social media does not add to it. It makes it worse. I have talked to members of RDC about looking at revisiting the anti-bullying law because harassment might be more applicable to some of the conflict that we're seeing. But it's real. Conflict at the chapter is real. I say this because this takes me to my next step. It's a matter of time that we're going to have people not wanting to work at the chapter because of conflict. And last year, I was kind of fortunate to go to different chapters during the summer because there was heavy equipment deliveries. And the kids were saying, the chapter officials are arguing here. And it was sad to hear from the youth, the summer youth, that they were observing that from the local leaders. I do worry about the future of the chapters because one of the jobs at the chapter is to bring in and to enhance voter registration. You're supposed to build participation. You're supposed to build and recruit people to be involved in your chapter. And your span of services is supposed to go far out into the community. But a lot of times what we hear at DCD is the services only reach so far, or what's worse is when we hear that that chapter only services their family. It's supposed to go far and wide. You're supposed to recruit young people to come and be active participants and contributing members to our community. And I'm thinking about that because we're talking about the Summer Youth Employment Program right now. We're supposed to attract young people to come back and work for the Navajo people. And we're supposed to attract young people to come back and work at the summer youth programs. And instead, some just say it's not organized or they're arguing over there. And that is disheartening. So we're supposed to have a wide ripple effect. If your chapter does not have a wide ripple effect of services, what's really going to happen for your chapter down the road? I know I've had this discussion with members of RDC. What are the pros and cons of regionalization? What would that look like? I get so worried about thinking about those things, about the future of the chapters. I don't want the chapters to be a burden on the nation or vice versa. I want to see the chapters flourish. But I don't always hear from the chapters, we're going to bring this money in, we're going to do this ourselves, we're going to build this on our own, or we want to hire a grant writer, or we're going to create this. I hear here and there, or I get requests for some chapters, and they'll ask, we're looking for funding opportunities. We want to write for this. And that makes me happy. But that's not the total philosophy of all the chapters. That's more of a rare request. It should be the other way. Our chapters should be saying, we have the ability to look for this fund, we're going to go look for this fund. We have the ability to write for this grant, we're going to go write for this grant. Instead, I feel that there was a comment made earlier about nobody knowing what AFOG or what this means or this means. It's going to come back to DCD. And they're going to say, DCD, you didn't tell us what this means. So it always comes back to DCD. DCD, you didn't communicate. DCD, you didn't tell us this. So there has to be some boundaries as to what DCD's responsibilities are, and then what the responsibilities of the local chapter. That's what that balance is. That's why I said earlier, I rely on RDC to have these boundaries, this balance. I know what my role is. There's a role here with the RDC. There's a role here with chapter officials. That's how we respect one another. Just in closing, there's so much to learn, and I'm here to learn. There's so much to improve upon, and you can spend all day working on stuff and trying to chip away at things, and it can really you can almost dedicate your whole life to one thing. And I see that in some of our leaders. They really dedicated their life to trying to chip away at one thing. And so I honor that. I value that. But in closing, Chair, I lived on Monavi Street, South Tuba. And my neighbors are Jobaya, you know, they live in a real rough, we live in a real rough area of South Tuba. And people would steal from us a lot. This is high crime, right? And so I was probably in 4th grade, and somebody stole an axe from my dad, from our yard. And my dad, somebody knocked on the door, and I went to answer the door, and it was somebody who stole the axe. He was our he was our neighbor. And he said, "Is your dad home?" And I said, "Yeah, my dad's home." I was in 4th grade. So I went and got my dad, and then the guy says, "Can I sell this axe to you?" And then my dad says, "Let me check it out." So he puts on his glasses, and my dad used to engrave his name on everything. And he said, this is my axe. I was looking for this axe. You have it." And the guy was saying, "Can I pawn it to you for $12? And my dad said, no, this is my axe. I want it. And he said, okay, not 12. How about $9? I'll give it back to you for $9. So I was in fourth grade. I watched my dad buy an axe back that was stolen from him for $9. And I thought, why $9? Any guesses why? Because our other neighbors sold beer, and they sold quarts at $3 a bottle, 40 ounce. Our local entrepreneurs, our local businessmen, they sold Old English and King Cobra. Probably sound familiar, I don't know. Anyway, he was happy with the $9 he got, because then he could buy 3 quarts and then he left happy. And my dad was happy because my dad got his axe back. I decided at that moment, Chair, that I was going to go to school. And I was going to figure out why South Tuba was so rough. And I started out in social work. I got my bachelor's degree in social work. I want to see what was going on socially and with our community. And then that took me down working with youth, working with young people. So I got my master's degree in education. And then that just opened my eyes to all the things that were supposed to go on in the school. But with my degree in social work and what I was already observing in South Tuba, I thought the home does not support the school. So then I went back, I got my second master's degree in counseling to help me understand what they call the family effects, familia effects. So you have the family effects, and then you have the school and the community. That still didn't give me the picture I wanted or understood about my own South Tuba. So one of my professors, Dr. Stoley, he said, what you're studying is called an ecological perspective, an understanding poverty, deep embedded poverty in your own community. I learned that deep embedded poverty has an impact even on your DNA. And that DNA starts to get passed down from one generation to the next. And on that DNA is like a script, like a thread around a spool. And that thread around the spool gets passed down. And on that spool of thread is behaviors and behaviors and behaviors getting passed down. And I dedicated all of the last 20 years of my academic to understanding that in my doctoral degree. I'm wholeheartedly offended when somebody says, I don't understand my own community. I went home last week to Tuba City because my house got broken into 3 times while I've been living in Winter Rock. And I have to go home because our criminals are so smart, our robbers, they've been digging underneath the trailer. I live in a trailer. They dig underneath the trailer and they cut the hole and they come out from the hole instead of busting through the door or the window. So I have to go home and I have to walk around and see what part of the floor feels unstable, and then look around with a flashlight and make sure nobody's trying to cut from underneath. Isn't that smart from our robbers, cutting the hole from underneath? So I had to look at putting my security camera underneath the porch like this. So I get offended because I might have not chose to be a chapter official, or I might have not chose to be a chapter manager, or some capacity. But I was doing my best trying to understand my own community. And then when I got appointed in 2019, with all due respect, somebody said, in order to serve Navajo people, you have to love Navajo people. That's true, because that's the very first thing my mom said when she said, when you come home. And she said, if you're going to learn to serve the Navajo people, you have to learn to love the Navajo people. But sometimes I feel like I'm being punished, and it makes me want to quit too. Because I was having such a good life. And then you come and then you get criticized. And then I miss calls from my children. And then when somebody says you micromanage, you trying to micromanage us, I think I don't even have time to call my own kids. How can I micromanage you guys? I just don't have enough time. I wish I could micromanage. But my point is there's no motive to hurt chapters. The only motive is to make things better. And I believe that everybody is here to do that. And everybody is here to give and not take. And if you do take, you don't belong in the chapter. If you're mean to people, when elders come in, you don't belong to work at the chapter. If you don't know how to help people at the chapter house, you do not deserve to be there. We need people who know how to help. And we need people who know how to serve. Did you know we have chapter employees who shut the door and turned their back away at people? I received an email. I know this is really the last one. I received an email about a family needing to bury a loved one. And they were told no. And it's a real unnecessary apology to send to somebody on behalf of a stranger who works at the chapter, who probably shouldn't work there anymore. And so when we talk about chapters, there's so much that needs to change there, and that's my last that I'll mention on customer service. But our customer service really should be about learning to love and respect the people we serve. So, Chair, that's way more than I anticipated. Thank you.
Dr. Yellowman for responding to some of the concerns that our chapter leadership is faced with, their challenges, even at the local level. As humans, but what we're doing today is we're connecting the dots to come up with a better plan, hoping for a better system of governance from the top to the bottom. Ako lago nanishwala shanant ano senigi. We appreciate every words that you spoke to us today. I understand the work that you do. Let me read you a text message that was sent to me. It says, call me ASAP. And I said, hello, what did you need assistance with? I'm at Flagstaff for meetings. And then the text message came back and I said, okay, we had an incident that occurred at my residence yesterday evening. 2 pit bulls had came onto our property and attacked our husky dog that was inside the fence. Also, this has been an ongoing case. Call me when you can. Shidotni. Khagoshijo gasto hateshi hanana shijis ini. Khanas nel not linigi. The bebenant I kayapanant I ended the kodo beshbahasa angelon. Ado aret the division directors a kobichahan. Nehikatan ligate. That's what it is. Nehika adelawas. Not ani no sini benina nihitatna. This dog issue this past summer, I haven't been to the family farm for about a whole month and a half, and I wanted to go see my siblings. Of course, it's all the wasn't that the neighbor next to my family. Nagayra it's all the was she says that he got. Ilabats I don't so. Josh that's what. There was a young teenage girl, 2 pit bulls. She had a yacht sagi. This, she can't. This behind that just she had shine. She double ski had an ace. At age appetites, she chased such a niche. Lazy chain labadit. Could you get a judge or touch and a judge at since a quay? She tobadi, na tobadi at Ayaja. But the hash, Halon Hondish, what a good thing I had my boots on. I quit and lay pitch for lay appetite, appetite, it then it wouldn't budge. I don't cause it, Naso Benagin, unstratecha, Benayon, Skoko. I see it in as Ado Halet Ado Latla, no, Nasan later should sell Hakko, but the snow, orange deal. I read all the Corendetta, lay pitchforky, Yego Bendi, this hall gone that eat each hit. At a year's agent, Janesh Jean. How long have you been doing this? It's it probably 20 minutes, half hour, she said. And her clothes is just soaking sweat. We have a major problem. It was reported to us 250 stray dogs on the Navajo Nation. We need to come up with an ordinance at the local level. More work for you to do. It's a challenge, but we're all in on this together. Why? It's been attacking humans lately. Lately they have. So we don't get text messages like this. Something worse could come, as it did at Fort Defiance. As humans, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't bite each other. We shouldn't unleash words that do not help us. I'm going to put this down somewhere. I wrote it down. We're not going to move forward if we don't have love. Tsere hajo echilnail nishko hajo alchiel tiko. Nda ahi kanko go endeta adole deal niligi echiditsa. Do ba tihi je go edon nil. Oda ahine lgashko sad do be chon inigi. Edo he ida be isto lista. Edo nan adacheda ha shin be hanji lgo. Yego betlnche inko. Betten ado be isto lesida. Ado he ida do lesida. I understand what you all go through. I had a legislation introduced 0222-20, hemp legislation to outlaw hemp. Then Neshat Hikre and Sashasne, that eats Khaslashat on. Echada Sadigita, Hait Ah, even Nach Eho, he needle less. Sheshet Sodas indeed, Arnoldson hit Sodas indeed, I get oh. Bendan Jaron Hatsohadosen. Ere hits the Zenigit a haben hit zeal do less. That he need hot our shan. Hot our shan that he didn't know. Nike hodelia and latter. Shan't hold. Tapit can the a hodate elchin and the need can. Did the never bear all in Hanne yet an elchinet and no yan to be. Bejada ben sickes, bedol zinkman yebichi yadel no corona has. That's a good thing. That is what we need. Those are the kinds of leaders we need to put in office. People that are really wanting to roll up their sleeves and do something good in their community. We're all wanting a good community. And all of us, we need to start saying, this is our great Navajo nation. Be proud of it. Be proud of being a Navajo, just like they are at Zapitkin. That's what they're doing. They're celebrating on who they are. It's your identity. I don't care, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Rod Begay. Thank you very much for the work that you all do. Certified chapters and Hiddo. I like my team here. I can't do without my staff. I can't do without my attorney, Ms. Khan. I can't do without Ms. Siako as well from Speaker's Office, Mr. Tahi, and also Ms. Woody. They do a good job. How many of you got your heavy equipment? Guess what it took? It took all of us. It took their green votes right here because this is what you wanted. It involved Dr. Yellowman. The legislation had to be properly written. That involves our attorneys. And our staff did a lot of work as well. This is what we need to see, and this is what my leader is saying. Let's focus on the work for our chapters. Adan Khan case got Nehemiah, you're in our hearts. We love you. Nakajini but Hidaneba Jini but Nehikadi what needs and Kodon Histo. So here, are there any questions for Dr. Yellowman?
Chairman.
Oh, Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Chairman is Auto chapter officials, my colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, and Dr. Yellowman and the staff listening. I just wanted to say thank you, Chairman, for that, and as well as listening to Dr. Yellowman as well. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, and Mr. Rod Begay I'm on the opposite end of the Navajo Nation. I'm on Eastern Navajo Agency now. And today, I have 8 chapters, yeah. I have 8 chapters, and I try to do my best to keep up with my 8 chapters. And I'm very lucky, I'm very blessed that I have a good relationship with all 8. And yes, there is disagreement. Yes, there's conflict, but we move forward and we proceed forward. And today I was at White Rock, Tuskaigia, and they're a certified chapter. And I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of White Rock. Their focus right now is getting water to our people out there. And their focus is working together. They don't have a Club C, they have a zoning committee. And, you know, the zoning committee was there, the chapter manager, administration was there, and the chapter officials were there. And it's just really good to see all 3 working together to start planning on ARPA. And how are they going to address the needs of White Rock? Tuskaigia is the smallest chapter that I have, the smallest chapter of the 110, yes. But I always say they have the biggest heart. What they're doing is very remarkable. And I attribute that to them communicating. I attribute that them to working together. And if Tuskai can do it, any of our chapters can do it. And, you know, I wanted to say that. And what Dr. Yellowman mentioned as far as capital outlay, they got $150,000 from the state of New Mexico for bathroom additions. So they were very excited and happy when we spoke about that. And that's one thing they were really focusing on is water and bathrooms. Elders, Nasenigi Auto veterans as well. And it was just a very, very good chapter meeting today. And we all left knowing that we still have a lot of work ahead of us with ARPA. We got to get this ARPA done. Our people are waiting and our people are counting on us. And it begins with you all, Shnata. It begins at the local level. I encourage you to please work together. I encourage you to work with your officials, with your administration, with your Club C, even work with Window Rock. And, you know, that's the only way we can get things done. In the case of today, in the case of White Rock, you know, that's a good example of us working together, yes. But more importantly, how we're able to really put the focus on our people. The focus will always be our people. And I tell my chapters, remember who the beneficiaries are. Hela beneficiaries, yeah. It's not us as elected leaders. It's a good experience, yes, but the real beneficiaries and the winners are our people. And we have to keep that in mind. So I really want to encourage you all, Nana, to work together, Shantai, Western Agency. And we have 31 chapters in Eastern Agency. And I'm very lucky to be a member of this committee to represent the 31. I do my best to talk to all 31 if I can. I do my best to communicate. We do have an Eastern Agency Council coming up. But I just wanted to say that much this afternoon, Chairman, and let you all know it's possible. Anything is possible if we all put our minds together. And when we do that, great things happen. Our people are the winners. So, Edias Matai, thank you, Chairman, and God bless each and every one of you today. Thank you.
And at this time, we'll go down to C, presentation on the exercising local governances and the local sales tax ordinance project. Koroshi Chinlado, Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, but it us Koroshin Kitnahalnet Ole, Nanhin Kindole.
Shananta, Honorable Nez, Kodoni, Kodoya, let's is Agi Berdesinson. I'm talking about home site leasing. The Western Agency Council approved a resolution about 2 years ago to rescind the Home Site Leasing Act. Therefore, our RDC should sponsor a law to abolish land department's authority over home site leasing. RDC should propose to rescind the Home Site Lease Act. RDC should propose laws to give all chapters authority to enact their own land use ordinance. Is Abnina or Yitanaya Sahashoni Benina Ekoto Bahasito de Salio Hajashano home site lease Nago Ocho Strago home site lease Nita Noko. Nikita is I Bedinago. I would like for the committee to look into it. Ashhode Jananta Ahe.
Ache Araba Heinze Gishi, De Kodo, Baheinze Gishi, Shnantado, Kodo Hansagoshi, Yent Idoles Nasto, Adol Nesigate, Ayadonant Ago Neko, Big Bohonetza, Onant Ago Ananad Neko E Bassa, Hodlonse. Jobe has anik echo arole el ingot tahuist alshocha. A coeshi o jo, corotashim, by neat indoleshite, ocean yacht etobelt egit a hot end ere quaggy o bahades zestoti. I guess a jo, bassa had lingo, not any RDC land departments, ido got it ahi. Chait lanad nashiat ehush be on nishkat. Ashbelt ehit be on nish. Dorat iat eho be on nish. Chaigila did the bebenant adan lenigita nichilnda hasna 5 agency. Saho in the hast egitida homesite adat ehe grazing permittee grazing has ada. Yego, Sayahata Hastito, Hait Adlana Danzen, Gate Agoshin, Ehabelt Edo, Les Ede behind Ziggy, a Conde Carenas Nana, Lady Koro, a Kate, Koro last presentation, Igishi, Koro, Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, but I thought you have the floor at this time.
Yeah. Doyate, RDC committee, the honorable delegates and dignitaries that are online, out of those present here at Twin Arrows, Yate. Shea, Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, Inishia, Auto, Yodine, Torji, Inishla, my dish, Gijni Bushchin, Tabaha Dashache, Dodeshini, Dashanella. I am a Chinle chapter president, and I'm here with our manager and our planner to do a presentation for the RDC committee and those from this agency. So welcome. Our presentation this afternoon is on exercising local governance, the local sales tax project. We're going to provide some information on what Chinle chapter has done on this sales tax project, our process, the procedures we have done to obtain the research and knowledge to proceed with this particular project, and also why we're here today presenting. We recently presented this project with a lot of stricter timeline back in December, so we're glad to be able to have time today to share with the agency as well as the committee members what we've done to date on this project and where we're needing help and support from our committee members. So pursuant to this local sales tax ordinance, as LGA certified chapter, we are allowed to pursue a local sales tax ordinance for your chapter area. We want to be able to exercise our LGA status and adopt ordinances such as this, the local taxes pursuant to a local tax code developed by the Navajo Tax Commission and approved by the Navajo Nation Council. So we're going to provide you some history on why it is acceptable and approved method that LGA chapters can pursue a sales tax. So why do we care to have a sales tax? Why do we want to implement one? We want to ask these questions. As LGA certified chapters, we wonder what other possible options are available for chapters to obtain funding to help our community. So given recent closures of the Navajo generating station, revenue to the nation has decreased, and we have to find alternative means and methods to help obtain additional funding for our chapter's purposes. So LGA Authority gives us a chance and an opportunity to seek additional revenues so we can help provide for our community's wants and needs. Although the Navajo Nation already has businesses set up for payment to collect from the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. So we already have a system in place that's enabling us to collect these additional funds, but this is just another opportunity to add to those funds. And overall, the authority of the sales tax can range from 0.25% to 4% on top of your current sales tax. And this is given back to the chapter directly. So the chapter will keep this additional. For Chinle chapter's case, we would have an additional 2.5% given back to the chapter to use for the project allocations that we have agreed to. Next. And again, I want you to think about these questions of why pursue it? A lot of us had great examples on items that we foresee as issues, concerns, and we want to find a solution to these issues. And most of the time it turns out to needing additional funding. So Navajo Nation may provide us funds at chapters for assistance, summer youth, scholarships, housing discretionary, and also public employment programs. There's probably additional resources that we receive funding for, but they're very limited and they have to be approved. And that involves the chapter support, the community support to develop this process to work. But the Navajo Nation does not provide funds for waste management, your chapter project costs, grant matching costs, or employee wages, such as hiring on a chapter planner, a project coordinator, and there's a lot of other items that go along with this list that can be included. But overall, these initiatives in pursuing a local sales tax provides chapters the opportunity to have that additional funding source that they can use to allocate for certain projects. So today we're going to talk about Chinle formation. There's a lot of different processes and procedures, but we want to share with you what Chinle chapter has done. Our prior administration, our prior chapter officials, they have worked on the first round, and I'm a part of the second round of officials that went through this process. But just to give LGA certified chapters a history of the work and effort that is needed to start to implement this kind of project, there's a lot of different stages, but I feel that working together and sharing this information will help other chapters to see the processes that need to be included with this type of project. So overall, the Navajo Tax Commission originally helped us, the Chinle chapter, to develop a template. We obviously had meetings, community talks, chapter meetings, chapter official work sessions to help start this process. But overall, the first department we visited was the Navajo Tax Commission. Once they helped us to develop the process of what is needed for that template, we had to seek approvals. That approvals went to the Navajo Nation Council. At that time, it was the 23rd. And then after we got approvals, we had to move on back to the Navajo Tax, who helped us to negotiate this rate. We'll talk a little further how this rate was negotiated, but the original range was 0.25 to 4%. So that gives us a chance to select within that range that's most feasible for our chapter. we also had the duty to host public hearings. Public hearings are a setting to where the Chinle chapter was able to hold meetings in person, invite our community members, our constituents to help gather and obtain further feedback in regards to the positive and negatives in regards to this specific project. So we wanted to overall do a community survey to help gather information that will help better suit the needs of the people. And that fed on further to our project of how we were going to allocate based on the needs we were being presented. We all had to proceed with that route, and we had to develop support resolutions. As we all know, as chapters, we need the community's support, we need the community's comments and the community's votes in order to proceed with the project. Once the approvals were made at chapter level, we then therefore proceeded to get assistance and support from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. They were at that time were assisting us with finalizing the ballot language and reviewing what we have submitted to overall obtain a special referendum. After we are able to proceed back to the election office. The election office helped our chapter to organize and get the ballot procedures ready so we could implement the votes for our chapter constituents. Overall, we were able to host a special referendum where the chapter had to also obtain funding to pay for our election workers, our election staff to get this process initiated. And the first results, we were given a yay. The people were in favor of this particular project. But then we ran into a little speed bump. Navajo Nation Council had specific language that had to be revised. This particular note was majority of registered voters needed to be revised within the specific template. So we didn't meet the criteria. So therefore, we're back at round two. Round two is where our current administration and officials had to resubmit. But we're going to share a little bit more of that today. But this guideline and this steps and procedures that we went through, I find it's beneficial to share because policies and procedures do change, and this overall helps chapters to understand that there is a way that we can outline the process so we can further think about what we want to do in the future and if we want to propose these types of projects for your chapters. Next. So, as I mentioned, the first round, Chinle chapter proposed to do this project since 2013. And again, the first office we sought to help get assistance from was the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. We were having constant meetings and reviewing our project efforts and ensuring that we're following the proper policies and procedures. But since then, the Office of Navajo Tax Commission developed and provided this model of local tax ordinance. First, they went to the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, which again is pursuant to Title 26, which specified, and they were acted upon the specific template with the resolution, which we have noted here, TAX 16231, which at that time was submitted and approved. After the 23rd Navajo Nation Council passed the resolution CJA-12-18, they approved the model of the local tax ordinance. So that was the original ordinance that Chinle chapter was using, and we then again used this based on what was previously approved. And afterwards, the Navajo Tax Commission passed the TAX 18232, which was approved, the chapter tax ordinance template, which was utilized by our LGA certified chapters. It sounds like a long process, but there's a lot of steps involved, and we want to make sure chapters are getting information available to them. Once we go back to the chapter, we provide this copy to they provided this copy to the Chinle chapter local tax code, which was approved by the Navajo Tax Commission for review and approval. At that time, our rate that was been negotiated, and after review, we were approved to administer the tax, which included the collection and enforcement of the local sales tax. So all that information was included in the template and the agreement that was signed and approved. The chapter then worked to get the Navajo election office to get the special referendum. So we're going back and we're getting the ballots ready, proposing to have the community vote. So the chapter's registered voters were able to vote on the original local sales tax, which was approved by both the Office of Navajo Tax and Navajo Election, and also the previous 23rd Navajo Nation Council. After that point, Chinle chapter had to take a step back and hire a legal counsel. So this is where we talk about getting our own legal attorneys on board to help assist us with these types of processes. And as an LGA certified chapter, you're given that opportunity to hire and outsource so you can have additional support for your projects. This legal counsel helped us to compile the language for the sample ballot language, which was entertained by the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. The NBOs, the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, then approved their own support resolution, which is noted as BOE-SS 043-19. This authorized us as Chinle chapter a special referendum election, and we were able to provide this to our community members to vote on. Next slide. So this was the outcome. We had a special referendum back in 2019. We're sharing the results, and these results can help other chapters as well. Back in 2019, we had a very close outcome, but overall we had a yes vote to implement the sales tax project. But overall, we wanted to share the results so that way you can understand the type of information that might need to be shared or might get questioned. With having votes this close, having little votes, we might want to consider other ideas as LGA certified chapters of what else can we do to outsource, to help share information, to help gather more information. Next slide. But overall, once we received the results in 2019, our chapter therefore again provided another support resolution, which we have noted here, where the voters adopt this local sales tax initiative, and which would impose a 2.5% tax on all sales of goods and services within the boundaries of the Chinle chapter, and demands the Navajo Nation Board of Election Supervisors to honor and accept the majority cast votes per 11 NNC vote requirements. Next. And this is where we hit the speed bump. We had a new council in place and they passed a new resolution. So just like the example Dr. Yellowman provided earlier, that chunk of ice, they got another layer added to it. So we had to take a step back, and there's a resolution CJN 4820, which amended the provisions of 24 NNC 605B, which there was a vote requirement for enactment of sales tax ordinance by local government certified chapters. So there is the first round that we shared with you, the information that chapter had to go through. And now we're going back to step one. And next slide. So this next couple slides are going to help LGA certifieds understand the procedures, the research, the steps you have to take and think about as chapters, whether officials or administration, to start thinking about these kind of process of starting or implementing a new sales tax project. Next slide. Going back, we've asked ourselves how the 2.5% sales tax rate was determined. How was it determined for Chinle chapter? I asked the question because, as I mentioned, the previous officials and staff were able to provide the results from the first round, but going back, we want to ask these questions again of what else did we miss or what else can we add to? But overall, we want to ask about our own community. Each community is different. Communities are small. Communities are large. Some communities don't have stores. So we got to really think about what is your specific community need as an LGA certified chapter. We want to question, what is your economic development status? I put that on there as number one, because some of us have a gas station, some of us have a convenience store, but not all of us have a grocery store. Not all of us have hotels, motels. Not all of us have a point of attraction. Some of us have smaller communities. But we still want you to think about what your community can offer, because each chapter has a master plan or a vision in mind of what you see developing years down the road. And we want to plan for those years down the road of how we could possibly enact this type of project. We want you to review existing sales tax within your local shopping areas. Majority of our chapters are located in rural communities. Some chapters are boundaries to a neighboring community. We want to think about what is a good rate. What do we see existing where our community members shop? What are the rates are they comfortable with? What rates can they afford? A lot of our elderly, a lot of our members are on fixed incomes. We want to think about these options as we start developing a project. And next, we also want to review allocations. Allocations may come from your community members. Allocations may come from your years of past officials. A lot of us have project listings that date back to years ago. We want to think in those mindsets of how did they develop these projects? Why did they think they were beneficial? How could they help our community members? We want to think outside the box because we're not working for today. We're working for the years beyond. So we want to make sure these allocations that we're thinking of, whether they're for youth, elderly, whether they're for community development, community beautification, chapter projects, we want to put all those on the table because all of them could be a possible solution to how this project could benefit them. We also want to review our goals. Each of us have different goals for our chapters. Each official administration will change those goals every 4 years or so. But we want to make sure those goals are up to date, they're current. As we all talked about 2 years ago, we all had a different mindset of what we wanted our chapters to accomplish. But since we had government stop due to this pandemic, we had to rethink those goals. We had to think, what can we do now in 2022 with all the current restrictions we have, with all the current shutdowns we have? What kind of goals are accomplishable? What kind of goals will this kind of project serve? So we got to rethink again. So we're kind of glad, I guess, that this stopped because it gives us a chance to stop, think, and try to think of other ideas we can implement within this project. Other items we got to think about. We get more into the nitty gritty. These policies and procedures that our Navajo Nation government has in place come with a lot of strict requirements. I say strict requirements because we have to visit many different divisions, departments, and get those committee approvals. And the first one that comes up is the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. So the first example I gave on the history of our first project run through, we had revisions to our templates. We had revisions by our Navajo Nation councils. There were certain items that were overlooked or they were changed or they were revised. Any of those items can affect how your project can move forward. So we want to make sure we do our homework, do our due diligence as officials and administrators to ensure we meet these requirements. And the same goes for the Navajo Election Office. We have different standards that could change at any time. So it's our job and responsibility to do the research because just like as we mentioned before, we have issues that we run into. Policies change. And if we don't ask the questions or we don't ask the right department, we could run into a stumbling point. And we want to prevent those issues from coming up. And we also have to think about once we get all the approvals, what else is it going to take? We want to look a step forward. If yes, we got all these documents, resolutions, committee approvals, department approvals, how are we going to get our voters to get out and vote? What's going to be our voting day? What's going to be our voting year? Who's our target population? We've got to start thinking about that special referendum. And then the last step is the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. They enact it. So we have to keep constant communication with that specific department because overall we're satisfying their requirements in order to proceed with this type of local sales tax project. And again, as we mentioned, people in the office change. So we want to keep constant communication and ensuring that we're making sure we're talking to the departments constantly, revisiting the requirements and double checking that we're making sure all boxes are getting checked. So this gives you an idea of the work and effort our past officials and our current officials had to work through, because they changed and they could change overnight. But as long as we have a guiding steps of how we can go through the process, it helps alleviate some of the issues that we all run into as chapters. Next. So I reference our LGA certified chapters intent. We all have this goal. We all want to make an opportunity, provide the opportunity to make a difference in each of our communities. That I find is our goal as every official, is we want to make opportunities and we want to make a difference. We want to determine ways to become self-sufficient. We want to be able to depend on our local chapters, and we know that our local chapters are able to provide that support and assistance to our community members. And this approach of having a local sales tax ordinance passed is a part of that process for us that we see for Chinle chapter. All of us have projects. All of us have a vision of how we see our chapters moving forward. And our biggest concern is being able to fund those projects and being able to carry them through. Because every time we move a year forward, another official forward, we want to be able to ensure that they're carrying those projects through. And every time we stop, it's usually because of some kind of funding. So we want to make sure we provide that for the future opportunities to our chapter members. Next. Another item we had to really review was our service area. There's a lot of touchy definitions with the Navajo Nation government. And here we had to redefine, reconfirm, reissue, and resubmit our Chinle chapter service area. A lot of us talk about land issues that might come about in your chapter, but this process here involves working with our grazing rep, working with our officials, our community members, and confirming and determining our exact boundaries. Because within that service area, that is the area that we're going to implement the 2.5% local sales tax. So we want to ensure those that reside, those that conduct business, those that are providing us the future economic development, understand the boundaries of our service areas, because they have to be able to plan for that as well. And they have to be able to understand why. Okay, so we provided a map because each and every one of our chapters have a copy. We understand our boundaries, and we ought to be able to ensure that we inform all those that reside within those areas as well. Next. I also talked about our existing sales tax around our surrounding communities. So when we were researching and determining what's the most feasible rate, we decided to look around the surrounding areas. So as you can see, Chinle is located centrally within the Navajo Nation. So we researched a couple of hotspots where we find that our community members shop more. And we obviously have Gallup, which is 8.3125%. We have Farmington at 8.375%. And we have Flagstaff at 9.18%. Phoenix, 8.6%. So when we start looking at the surrounding communities, we see we would be sitting in that targeted range with the proposed 2.5% for Chinle chapter. We can see that our community members are comfortable with that rate. If they're willing to travel, pay for fuel, pay for food, to travel outside, we should be able to determine that, yes, it is feasible for them to pay an additional 2.5%. We asked the question, we did our research, we double checked the highest points of shopping within our central area, and these are the numbers we've developed. And we did present and share this with our community members during public hearings. Look, Shema, Shaja, this is where you shop. You're already paying a sales tax. You're paying additional costs to leave the reservation. We want to give them that opportunity to see and understand the differences in costs that they're paying. And with that, if we're able to obtain that sales tax, we want to provide them that future plan that, yes, that 2.5 We'll bring this back to the reservation where you reside so we can build upon our current community. So you don't have to travel. You can shop local if we're able to provide those opportunities with this funds. So we want to think in that mindset when we're proposing these numbers as well. Next. When we did our allocation, we thought about all of our members within the Chinle area. We asked questions. Each of us chapters get community input. We get feedback. We get community members. We get committees, departments coming to our chapter. Help us plan. What can you provide? Is there a building that we can use? Is there a program that you think we could assist? We all get these questions as chapter staff, chapter officials. So we tried to think about the whole perspective of what our community feeds. In Chinle chapter area, we had about 10 to 15% range within these programs that we would possibly be able to provide assistance and support to, pending their overall mission and objectives. Okay, so we want, again, hold people accountable, hold programs accountable. We want to just follow the same process. We just don't want to obtain the funds and hand it right back out. We want to ensure that there is a master plan in place. So when we're determining allocations, we have youth and elderly programs. We want to keep our youth entertained. We want to show them that their community cares. We want to show them that we can provide them a program, whether it's employment, whether it's being able to do an activity, a school trip. We want to provide them that opportunity at the chapter level without waiting for Navajo Nation to assist. We also want to help the elderly. We have a lot of elderly within each of our communities that need assistance, whether it's food, a meal for a day, or any other type of request that we receive. Firewood, hey, we want to say, oh, we can be able to assist you, because every little bit matters. So that would provide us funding in that aspect. Another item that we thought of was the community beautification. Boy, when you drive through Tuba, Kayenta, don't they have the nicest landscape when you go through there? I don't care if there's a tumbleweed blowing, they still have that nice landscape along their roadways. They have sidewalks you can walk on. We want to provide those beautification efforts to Chinle as well. Chinle has a canyon. We attract tourists. We want our community to look beautiful. We want people to come and feel comfortable when they shop. We want them to come back and bring their friends. That is how we provide economic development. We also have chapter projects. Every fiscal year, each chapter develops a list of what they find as a feasible project that they can accomplish. A few of our chapter projects consist of a vendor village project. As I mentioned, Chinle has the canyon. We want to provide a local tourism hotspot where we set up vendors. Grandmas and grandpas can sell their pottery, their jewelry, their rugs to vendors, to community tourists that drive through. We want to provide a spot to where we can have our kids have a park, an amphitheater, a place to drive and respect their community they live in. Those are some projects we want to be able to fund without waiting years to get that funding approved. We also have a waste management issue. As one of our presenters mentioned, they pay hundreds of thousands to have trash taken away. Our waste management would help provide us the opportunity to be able to handle all the waste we have, not just household, but set up a plan to where we can intake all the various household trash, tires, refrigerators, who knows, you name it, so we can prevent dump sites from happening. We want to be able to clean up our community. We want to be able to keep it safe. A lot of us have children that play outside. A lot of us have families that live in rural areas. We want to clean those areas up so they can continue to respect it and care for it and pass it on to generations to come. We also have matching funds. A lot of us LGA chapters are always looking for opportunities of how else can we hire, how else can we get additional staff on board without having such a hindrance on our funds. These matching funds will help us to obtain those employees, help us to match costs for grants, help us to actually apply for a grant because we know we have funding. Another matching our allocation is economic development. Economic development can be a huge list. This list is all based on your existing community conditions and what you see going forward. Economic development can be adding stores, can be adding the littlest things, but we want to be able to provide that fund so when our future kids come into office, they know they have a bank that they can go back to if they want to build something else. We also have land clearances and infrastructures. I found this out this year. You can't just get a piece of land and start building on it. You have to get assessments done, legal land surveys, you name it, to get that land approved and given to your chapter to even start to think about a project. This allocation would give us that opportunity to say, yes, we can take those 10 acres back there and we can have it cleared within the next 3 months. That's how fast track our projects can become if we have these internal fundings that help provide those resources for our chapters. And then the last allocation we've highlighted was LGA admin costs. And this goes back to hiring, okay? Not all of us have planners, not all of us have project coordinators or any other administrative staff available to help assist us. As chapters, we become more efficient when we have people in the office working. Some of us are very limited to who we have in our offices because we can't afford to hire. This allocation would help us to relieve some of those administrative duties in-house. It would help us to help distribute the tasks and duties to our staff so we become more efficient in serving our members. So overall, this pie chart here gives us an idea of an outlook of this type of sales tax project and how it could benefit your communities financially and then also in the future. Because we're not just thinking about once we get it, we're going to have money next year. We're thinking about planning years ahead of how we can assist all those programs within our community. Next. So with this second round, Chinle chapter, we tried to do a little bit more of our homework. We started to look at our existing grocery store. We bought a little bit of orange juice, cookies, and bananas, just to give our public members an idea of how much of an increase this 2.5% would be on their receipts. So we currently have our Navajo Nation sales tax, our junk food tax, 6 and 2% on select goods, okay? I highlight that because junk food's only for junk food. If you shop healthy, eat healthy, you'll have a lesser tax rate. So we did a receipt from Bash's and we broke out the price with the included 6% sales tax now, any junk food tax, and overall the cost if we implemented this 2.5. As you can see in the far right bottom corner, it increases by 15 cents. So a lot of people had questions on what about people that are on fixed income? How are they going to be able to adjust with this change? Well, when we have grandma and grandpa go shopping every month, they obtain a certain amount of groceries. So we're able to give them an estimated cost of how much this local sales tax could be added to. And it's a couple of dollars to pennies when you start totaling up how much people spend on food and groceries. So this gives you an idea to help share with your community members as well. Because if you guys go to the store and purchase a soda or a sandwich for lunch, you see the cost increase is less than $1. So we want to set that mindset that you're paying a difference in cost, but that difference in cost, those 15 cents extra, will help better the community based on the allocations you have set. Next slide. And we've done our research on previous tax generations based on Chinle chapter for this one. And we wanted to generate amounts of if we were to get the 2.5% approved and implemented within our Chinle chapter, how can it benefit us? How much will we see? So we did previous examples of tax years 17 and 18. Chinle chapter has made gross sales 28, 29 million. And if we were to implement this 2.5% local sales tax, that 2.5% again goes directly back to the chapter. The Office of the Navajo Tax Commission already has a system in place to where they can do the calculations to directly put this back in our chapter accounts. So that gives you an idea of $713,000 to $741,000 based on your yearly review of how much cost you're generating for your community. And you can see the amount that it could impact future generations to come. And we want you to think about your previous tax years. That is where you also want to start. Every chapter has to do their yearly to every 2-year audit. They do their tax reviews. They do their financial reviews. We all have access to our numbers. We all have access to see how much money we could possibly generate additional to our current sales tax. So we want to also review those numbers as well. Next slide. So the allocation chart I gave you previously of all the programs that we would assist based on what they submit, what they propose, what their objectives are to helping our Chinle chapter community, we can assist them in large amounts or provide projects that assist these programs. As I mentioned, we have youth and elderly. That's the majority of our chapter's goal, is to provide for our young and also for those that need assistance. We want to be able to ensure we have that funding available because that helps us to prioritize. A lot of us learned within this last year that people need food, people need water. Grandmas and grandpas need hay to feed their animals. They need firewood to keep their houses warm. But those little costs that we see can help benefit those members that are in dire need of assistance. And these funds would be able to be budgeted so we can allocate those costs towards them to help assist. And then obviously, when we look at chapter projects, the amounts we see in there, over 100,000 could be possible to generate to help assist our chapter projects. The majority of us have huge projects that we have in mind, but if we're able to understand how much funds we could get for every year moving forward, we can budget, we can develop a schedule, we can develop a master plan to help us accomplish these goals. Because once we know the set revenue coming in, we have that trend of knowing what we can accomplish in the years moving forward. So these examples here help us to understand how this kind of local sales tax project can be beneficial to your community, not only your chapter, but the programs within your community. Next slide. So this is the nitty-gritty part. There's a lot of information within these next few slides. They're informational. We're not here to say he said, she said, but this is to help the process, to help find the solution. And as an LGA certified chapter, we want to be able to review these kind of issues that we hit as chapters. What makes us stop our projects? What makes us rethink what else do we need to do? What makes us give up? We want to think about these kind of questions in our head as I go through these next few slides, because these are real issues that we do face at each chapter, whether it's this kind of project or a different one. But we want to be able to provide this information to you today in order to help provide us recommended solution and also to obtain some support. Next slide. So as Chinle chapter, we're wanting to seek to have the Navajo Board of Elections of Supervisors approve our chapter to hold a special referendum to pose the question to our voting members to approve this local sales tax project. As I mentioned, this is our second time around, and this is where we hit the speed bump to where we're halted again. So we're representing this information because I find it's important that we understand the issues that we can run into and how we can provide a solution. So we went to the Board of Elections. Chapter has to work with both the Board of Elections as well as the election administration to determine the special referendum for our voting members. Next. Chinle chapter, during previous round 1 and round 2, we've hosted public hearings We've had public hearings in 2018 and also 2021. We are required to have 2 public hearings presented both in English, Oto Navajo language. We have to be able to share a lot of the information I shared with you today and how we've conducted this project, how we've obtained our data, how we want to propose using the fundings moving forward. They have to be planned. We have to present them. Obviously, a lot of the public hearings in 2018 were in person. 2021, we were hit with the pandemic. We had to be able to provide a hybrid model, online model, whatever model we needed to help transpire the information needed to help our voting members understand the impacts and the benefits that this project could provide our community. But if other options fail, we did ask questions of, during this pandemic, how else can we have a meeting because we're limited to public health orders? So we use alternative methods such as using a special meeting, providing the information at plannings and regular chapter meetings, and overall just being open and providing our community the information and getting the questions and answers open to the floor. So these are some of the history that we've had to tackle during our public hearings. Next slide. Oh, the issue we ran into this round. We presented all the information as the steps we provided. We've had a lot of issues this year, or last year, 2021, when we tried to re-entertain this local sales tax project to the Board of Election Supervisors. First, we ran into the pandemic where we had a hard time getting in contact with the election administration, the Board of Election, the newly elected members, trying to be able to communicate with them on when we could be able to start our project again. So after we finally made contact, we were able to present during March 25th of 2021. Our chapter, we went through the process of basically giving the public hearing information to the Navajo Board of Elections. We provided the background, what we've done in the past, and what we want to obtain moving forward. We want to get that special referendum to have our voters vote. But during this particular meeting, we were instructed to resubmit and present the documentation. So therefore, we came back in April 22nd, 2021. We provided the information, we presented the local sales tax ordinance, we submitted the proposed referendum, the ballot language, our support resolution from the Chinle chapter, and we've had multiple members on the call. We had board members, delegates, Office of the Navajo Tax Commission that help provide our chapter support, because each of us know we need people's support to move projects forward. And at this time, we were recommended to make minor revisions to what we submitted within our chapter resolution. There was little items such as our title name and a resolution clause. So then again, Chinle chapter said, okay, we'll take it back and we'll make those corrections. We later came back in May of 2021. We represented, we resubmitted the documentation, our updated chapter resolution. And at this time, we had more members from the Board of Elections stated that we had additional items we needed to accomplish. And the first one was to add 2.5% tax within the resolution. 2 was to correct the title number from Title 26 to Title 11. Number 3 was to present at 2 consecutive chapter meetings in the language and English. So you can see from March, April, May, 3 months. 3 months of the items we had to redo. And keep in mind, we represented this from 2013 to 2018. So this process is not new. In the next slide. So then again, we come back in June. June 24th, our chapter again presented and submitted all the required documentation to the Board of Election Supervisors. We've done our presentations at chapter meetings. We've hosted a public meeting. We had a special guest attend our meetings. from the Office of Navajo Tax to help answer any specific questions on why 2.5%. How did you get the template approved? Any kind of questions that could be asked in regards to the tax were answered at those meetings. So when we were able to return to the INBO's meeting in June, we again were faced with, there's another minor issue under this specific language within your documents. Section 211, filing of returns, 211B is missing the word may within the section clause. One word. And there was also discussion that was made throughout the meeting from the chair on another clause, which was not acted upon. Chinle chapter will coordinate with the Navajo Election Administration to schedule, publicize, and hold a chapter special referendum election on the Chinle chapter local sales tax ordinance. And prior to the special referendum election, the Navajo Election Administration shall post pursuant to 26 NNC. And this is June, from March, April, May, June, 4 months. We get another clause of a simple word that could be an administrative change within our documents. So what did we do? We were nice neighbors. We went back. Next slide. From June 24th to September 9, June, July, August, September, 4 months. Keeping your minds in this game here. Chinle emailed the election administration periodically. And periodically, in my time, is every week. And waited for official response from the election office and Board of Election of Supervisors. Throughout the 11 weeks of no documentation, no response, no phone call, nothing received from either of those two, we receive a memo from the Navajo Election Administration. This memo was received on September 9th. It was very simple, straight to the point. And then they said, you can come back. So September 23rd, we go back to the Board of Elections. This memo had a specific statement, which I quote in here. INBOs had mere suggestions which were not required from the previous INBO's June 24th meeting. So if I were to translate that from March, June, July, August, all the way to September, we lost all that time when we get a memo stating there are mere suggestions which were not required. Chinle chapter went back to our chapter, our voting members, and had to re-explain to our members that there's one word that was forgotten. And there was one item that we should have added. And be reminded, as a LGA certified chapter, the majority of us have a basic understanding. When we're filing for any new project, any kind of contract, any kind of template, our DOJ chapter unit reviews these with us. So not only is the chapter submitting documentation with chapter support resolutions, we're also getting our legal opinions. We're also double checking with our Office of Navajo Tax Commission. We're also asking other departments, what else are we missing? Because it took us from March to September 23rd, again, with no directive. And as an LGA certified chapter, you would think you would have a little trust on your side that you are doing your due diligence and obtaining the documentation needed, taking the documentation back to get revised and resubmitting. So those are the issues we've ran into. And moving forward, next. On that particular meeting on September 23rd, the Board of Election Vice Chair stated 3 concerns. And this was like hours of being on the meeting. We represented again, resubmitted the information. We added the word may. We got a new support resolution. All that's been done. During this meeting, they had 3 more concerns. First one, the proposed tax ordinance had errors that needed to be corrected, and the chapter needed to complete the entire process again. 2, concerns and complaints from community members. 3, there was a delay in the referendum timeline that have lapsed. So you can imagine how frustrated our chapter was when we're on a phone call with the Board of Election Supervisors from March to September of last year. After the months, the weeks, the hours of revising, resubmitting, reobtaining support, we were hit with this in September. And be reminded, throughout this entire process, we documented our own meetings. Not once have we obtained any meeting minutes, no agendas most of the time. We never were really invited. We had to constantly bug them. And by the time we got back to this meeting after hours, they went into executive session for an hour and a half. The chair comes back on, vice chair comes back on and says, our vote for this Board of Elections is a unanimous no. And then they gave the floor back over to myself. And I said, we've done this entire process from 2013 to 2018. It passed with a yes. We had one item that had to be revised based on the 24th Navajo Nation Council's approvals. So therefore, we're resubmitting. And we provided the justification that our chapter has done the due diligence. We followed every comment received since March of 2021 to September 2021. And they said, okay, well, we're gonna vote. They voted, there was 3-3-1. That is not unanimous. If there was a strict no against our chapter local sales tax project, it would have been 0-7-0. So that just tells you how these meetings could possibly be ran to where LGA certified chapters aren't given the opportunity to provide benefits and provide projects to help their members. And another note we have in this particular meeting, when we started, there was no justification for why the vice chair was running the meeting. And we questioned that internally, and we questioned that to the election administration, and we questioned that to the Board of Election, because we asked, the chair is on the call, why is he not running the meeting? And there was a lot of discussion back and forth that caused us to see a conflict. But that conflict wasn't shared with us. And therefore, we had to take the referendum, the ballot, the support resolutions back. Next slide. So today, we're sitting ducks. After September 23rd, as I mentioned, Chinle chapter has not received one copy of meeting minutes, no additional written documentation from both the Board of Elections and election administration. The only memo we received was the one that we commented with mere suggestions, no action required. That tells me they were satisfied with what we submitted. So we asked the question, I asked the question, why do we not have meeting minutes? I can't support my cause to my community when I have Mr. Sosi, Mr. Yazi over here asking me, how come you guys got denied again? We just provided support resolutions throughout this year. How come we're not getting projects done? I don't have meeting minutes to show for it. So then again, it reflects on the chapter for not being able to follow through. But these are the kind of issues we're tackling as LGA certified chapters. We want everybody to be accountable. I'm not blaming anybody, but when we have projects like these that can make a huge difference to our communities, we need that support. And Chinle chapter, we've reached out to the speaker's office, the offices of the president and vice president, RDC, to review this process that we were being put into. During this meeting in September, I asked them, I said, what's the Board of Elections policies and procedures? What's your rules of order? Why are you operating without meeting minutes? I thought you're required to have meeting minutes to receive a stipend. I thought you're required to have an agenda out 48 hours prior to a meeting. Why did we get one 10:30 before the meeting? A lot of these questions were posed and left unanswered. And a lot of these information have been submitted to those three departments because we asked, who's your oversight? Who helps you to make sure you're following the policies and procedures for your specific community or committees. So we did ask these questions, but to date, Chinle chapter haven't gotten any responses. We've asked again, can we be on your agenda for next month's meeting so we can go through the entire process if we have to? We got an email back from the executive director from the elections office. Said no justifications. So we've now stopped this entire process, 2013 to 2022. That is what our LGA chapter is being stopped with, based on one committee's recommendation, when previously it was supported and there was a resolution passed. And the only change was based on our Navajo Nation Council. And the entire process has been open, it has been transparent. We've been providing the recommendations and the revisions. We provided all the information needed to help fulfill this process's procedures. And to date, we're still waiting. We've asked our DOJ to assist. And again, we constantly reach back out to the three we have highlighted here. So we want to make these issues or concerns transparent, because we do see the benefit of our communities and how we can flourish and how we can provide that support to our people, but we're doing it to ourselves. We stop ourselves in our own tracks, but why? If we all have the same end goal of helping our people, why do we not communicate with each other as leaders? All of us are elected officials, whether we're in a chapter, a committee, or providing at the Navajo Nation government level. We all have a duty and responsibility to be accountable for our people. Next slide. So we have future solutions and planning. For this leadership meeting, we want to be able to provide that approved proposed ballot language so our people can vote. We want to host a special election. We want to have our people given the opportunity to help better themselves and their future generations to come. Next. So this leadership meeting is about providing recommendations, help provide some kind of step towards that solution. We had a suggestion of possibly, maybe, since there's a lot of LGA certified chapters, that we develop a template. Maybe the Board of Elections should have a standard template for us LGA certified chapters to implement for local sales tax. So that way, the next chapter in line that's going to present, they don't get stuck with the word change, a word may, before you're approved. But with that, we want to ask for the Resource and Development Committee's support. We want the directive from other committees to help support our local governance chapters. We want DCD's assistance and support because they understand our projects. They understand our chapter operations. They understand our policies and procedures and any other manuals that come along with our chapters. They understand the process that we should be following. And last, we also want to reach out to the DOJ chapter unit assistance and support. They understand the laws. They understand the reasonings of why certain projects can move forward and why certain projects need certain revisions. These three we find as the most beneficial to help support our projects because they know our chapters inside out. So these are the items that we want to provide so we can help obtain a solution and gain support for not only our chapter, but future chapters that might want to obtain a local sales tax project, because it is possible and we all want to be able to provide that opportunity, whether it's today or tomorrow. We want to be able to ensure that we all understand that process and we all support each other within those processes. Next. We put together references. I asked for web page, but most people don't have web pages yet. So, but if chapters were to pursue this kind of project, the three main steps we would need to follow and check our boxes would be the Office of Navajo Tax Commission, the Board of Elections, and the Election Administration. We find those three are the most important to keep constant communication with when you're carrying a project of this magnitude, because rules policies and procedures are constantly changing, but if we're up to date on what the current standards are, we're able to implement change. If you have any questions, I'm present, and I also have our chapter manager, and we provided our contact information because we know it's important for chapters to communicate with each other, to ask the questions of what did you do? What can I use to help you? So we want to share that with us today. And lastly, we appreciate your time for the opportunity to present to the committee here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jumbo Fitch, Koro, on the tax, sales tax that you're requesting as a chapter, LGA certified chapter. Let me just say this. Upper Fruitland chapter hired an attorney, and the attorney drafted the sales tax ordinance for the chapter because they're LGA certified chapter. This was submitted to the Navajo Nation Tax Commission office. And the response at the time to their delegate, of whom I was the LDA, was that we're going to have to place all LGA certified chapters sales tax proposal on a moratorium. All 110 chapters need to be uniform. That was the response from the Navajo Nation Tax Commission office. What you all are doing, certified chapters, what you want to explore, like this today, is all good. To generate revenue so you can also provide funding for your local projects and programs. I was just next door here a while ago. Microphone shade. Thanks you, Mr. Yezina. This is Mr. Pax Harvey. Anyways, they had on the wall the SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Same thing here. This is where proper communication comes in. How do we communicate to get these things done? From each LGA, 45 LGA certified chapters. How do we do this? From each agencies, there is a member on the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. Aro di tax commission do bahun tie. Benda enethan ara nihegati ahen hitna. LG Title 26 begete. We have the authority to hire an attorney. Nihin khasala local chapters do. De benache at the hodon nes benya bahun tie. It's there, bahun eko tebich olta. 45 LGA certified chapters soon will be asking or their own tax ordinance at their local level. Tsere ba yel tchetoba na hit ago tina lanitsin ti nigot eton nil nte hajo hat neneki hajo chiyel tchiko under ta aton nil. Tsere anan lete el chiyel tchiko na hat agi eton nilta. And we all know that this is common sense. Harchene chijahan jashi as bestin nego. Besiat eho chijahidoche. She has a sanadi ja ashora bestin nedo. A cornado was osaya nedoche. Naharchene bedin nego. Hey, lolge chijahan ja. Arosanta. Bedin nedo elchene it knows. Onhede nos is. Do yene tlingo. Bibit and cheko. Bibit and cheko. That a dog gas, a dog gas. I don't cheese. I don't quit. I don't need or chito. Or as in a raging idiot. Do what egit behavioral issues. Anil tropene katida. Geit arshin sad. Bael tiki betzil. Betzil got a sad. Sadana. Ha ishin hat ishin. Quaki gas aya bahajabaro ya nal ade gas ada kojenes down. Ohot aus a dog with the ishin bit is aya. Ishin bit is Harchen da hot ese. Na bistes kiko on data. Ado ya atahadna. Geit au shit ne baby ha atziki. San benzze. Yo ne job back ebesendaz tiko. Ado it loss. Cheteltla. Sho ne zin nen Arot citizen aben nanashnit abistin niga aishiyan but hojondo. Dot it egon his rad betzil. Ebene nana de gembezabi get an hit so aki kontil klit nahalan banalt esatana. Seret and nepage the door sisko yapi is don't eat. En det den hysar, det står den neppe en del ziko. Og jeg bare var skojon og læsiki stå for låla. Harje goshanat ane nitle satte. Essa na kine kayashla. We're holding 2 buckets. One of us are carrying a bucket filled with water. The other one, perhaps, we're carrying a bucket filled with gasoline. Quick it a slano de horo twist nay carto less. Twist nay carto no says. Could you go in at any anan let the Araban yada? Or could you gasoline east caro yanti the rostiga? Or the dog can't at then. Hachikoshina ki. Benel nish. Haj goshin benel nishiki beta no says. Haj goshin do hajo benel nishiki do the no says the la. What are aro leba ahonitsen? A hot end anil sco. Deba ti ne kakabayel tikot et on nis. Dequi meeting hit at Nenegi. After email, she Chandler, the RDC. But Ada meeting, they want to have a business site lease that they want to issue. All they have to do is email us. Come before RDC and talk about your business site lease. We're going to give you 20 minutes. It's as simple as that sometimes. Some things are really simple, God, to find that solution, but it takes all of us to get there. This is a good model that we just saw, a good model of a tax that will be collected at the local chapters. Upper Fruitland had a really nice model too. It was up to the tax commission to decide which one they would tell the chapters, adopt this as your tax ordinance. Balaho or kid 5 o'clock and hat at ahona overtime shinkro khashik and ella chinley chapter that's since their last one. Well chinkorok and all. But Shanant Anna Senegi, I want you to raise your hand. Did you learn something from each other today? Raise your hand if you did. Oh, Ash, did you guys get something out of it? It's good that you all had something to say, to share. You all have a backpack full of tools to work with now. What I used to do as a chapter official, that as a delegate, now we know how to help by legislation. Thank you very much. Chinley Agency, Central Agency, Honorable Daniels.
Cute, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know. Delegate Stewart and Vice Chair. I want to Delegate Freeland, Delegate Key Almagay Jr. Because staff at Lohodo. I don't know man has start Lohodo. I can't go down. Nikisan Stashma Sani West Tago a sweet of Sani. Banana Gaga a what zit. Call it Shamadabati. May they don't Zanagi daddy. Oh, this is the lot of cheat. I can't go down. Shanant Anna Shanagi Hodo. Adequate Skanda Hodo a Dean He K Hodo. Hashan agreed 5 chapters, A5 chapters. This is at the place. Nikiti need a ho. Go in he Kedo ito. Dodge a heady need a go a DJ Kodo a Ben Yeho Adonana Hitchen seat net. Adonana could have been das Digi at the chapter level. Edo Kodo Yen Hitchen das Nekodo. Adonana's count is Ahonana Chinley Agency as a certified chapters. Asian Kodo dam. Nada has net or less. Skana Nashuna nail net or less Kodo. So that all in how he had hitini dollars. Are they Kodo Band the house of snaky Kodo? Ben hit the house snaky. Asian Kodo a Benade Nestor let Kodo as a oversight of Kodo a need Liquido. Adon Kodo Division of Community Development. Zada Hashi. Lahonda doll has Ani. Asian Kodo Benade Nestor let. Adonana and a budget instruction manual. That a budget and finance committee a lana sheko that that she bendil nescodo adonana codo Gina a juno hit that she nescodo ben hit last was anita codo the che nada di kakat ben nada di nescodo so idiot abahas seat or less Mr. Chair adonana to scato hen hitini to lescodo. Thank you very much.
We'll go ahead and adjourn. It is now 5:32 p.m. at RDC. We're going to move up here and meet with Shanto and Tsapikin. So thank you. You're all excused. Central Agency tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Be safe out there. God bless each and every